Good morning, everyone. We are live here for the National Conference in Higher Education 2020, Day 2. Thank you for joining us, and we will be beginning in just a minute. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Just a quick announcement before we begin. The evaluation forms for days 1 and 2 will be sent out at the end of the day to make it easier for you. These will serve as your raffle tickets and as your application for the e-certificates. With that, I'd like to greet everybody, all of our participants, a very good morning, and welcome to Day 2 of the National Conference on Higher Education 2020, Future Careers and Curriculum Development. I'm Cherry Tan, the Senior High School Principal for Enderun Colleges. Before we begin, please join us as we sing the National Anthem.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas. Kayang mag-ibig, helas ng sinakanan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyag ka ng magiting, sa mandulupin, di ka pasisingil, sa nagatang tutok sa simoy at sa langit ng bagaw, ay hinatang tula, kawin sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang isang ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagkikinig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pamay di magkikinig. Luman ang araw ng walhaging pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling ko. Ang hindi kaya na pagkay mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Thank you very much. So again, welcome to the National Conference on Higher Education. My name is Cherry Tan, and I'm the Senior High School Principal for Enderun Colleges. To begin today, I'd like to take the opportunity to really impress upon all of our participants how education must be reevaluated, the way that we approach teaching and learning in the light of the COVID pandemic and modular delivery. We need to reevaluate the approaches that we take to expanding the knowledge of our students, especially now that everything is at the tips of our students' fingertips. If they have access to the internet, they have access to a plethora of information. I don't think any one educator can say that they know more than the internet does. In fact, the catchphrase of "I-Google mo" has become very, very common. And so now the position of the teacher in the classroom needs to be reevaluated and re-examined. And hopefully we'll be able to see that the teacher's role now shifts from a fountain of knowledge or a fountain of information to one of a facilitator, a guide or a shepherd towards skills that students need to be exposed to, need to practice, need to hone, skills that will be applicable across a number of industries and fields of study, and that they will be able to take with them into the tertiary education or into the workplace. So with that, I'd like to welcome everybody again as we talk about future careers and curriculum development. I'd also like to take this time to talk to you a little bit about the Advanced Placement Capstone Diploma Program, which is a program that we have implemented here at Enderun Senior High School this year. And it is a program that really focuses on the skills of the future and developing those skills in our students. Next slide, please. A quick overview of the Capstone Diploma Program. If you are familiar with advanced placement, it is an American equivalent to other diploma programs out there. What advanced placement does, and it's hosted by College Board, traditionally what it would do is it would allow students in their junior and senior year to take college level classes while in high school in order to earn credit for later on. And so you can see how that model would be a win-win situation for both student school and the college later on, because the student is now being challenged appropriately by a curricula that they have chosen. The teacher is able to engage them in higher level thinking, and the colleges are able to accredit that. And what the advanced placement has done so far, what the advanced placements and College Board have done is they've expanded this idea beyond the content-driven classes into a diploma program that integrates skills that they have identified as integral in moving forwards. So you'll see on the screen that these skills have been packaged into 2 year-long classes: AP Seminar in year 1, or the first year of implementation, as well as AP Research in year 2. In conjunction with those 2 year-long classes, students who are enrolled in the AP Capstone Diploma Program must also take 4 AP courses in the duration of 2 years. And all of these courses have their equivalent exit exams that are provided by College Board. Next slide, please. Now, the focus here is on these specific skills. I won't go through them because they're on your screen, but to highlight, we want our students to walk away or to walk into the rest of their lives knowing how to think critically, knowing how to conduct research properly, knowing how to collaborate with peers, as well as a fluency of speaking. Because these are the 4 foundational skills for success in any field. Next slide, please. Now, this is taken from the AP Capstone Diploma website. It's a quote by one of the completers of the program. And what I wanted to highlight here is that idea of this program being a building of a foundation, a strong and solid foundation on which our students are able to scaffold the rest of their knowledge and the rest of the information that they will be taking in over the course of their lifetime. Because as it stands, as educators on the cusp of such great change, the world will not, we again are experiencing a new normal, as jaded as that phrase has become. It's difficult for us, it's practically impossible for us to be able to anticipate the knowledge and the content that our students will need in order to succeed later on in life. So again, in light of everything, in light of the situation that we find ourselves in, the need to be able to re-examine the thrust of education in the Philippines, the thrust of what our curricula actually delivers to our students, the objective of learning. Now is the best time to re-examine those and to focus on those lifelong solid skills that they need in order to succeed later on for any situation that they find themselves in. Thank you so very much. I'd like to greet everybody again. A good morning, educators, education officials, and students. Once again, I'm Cherry Tan, and I'll be your host for Day 2 of the National Conference on Higher Education 2020. Enderun Colleges and Enderun Extension are proud to welcome you to this event, which will provide an avenue for sharing best practices, discussing ideas, and developing solutions to help further the quality of higher education in the Philippines. Yesterday, we saw a presentation from the International Baccalaureate, or the IB program. And therefore, I felt it was necessary to provide you an alternative through the advanced placements. Now, speaking of upskilling and creating skill sets that are practical and action-driven, to kick off today's program, I'd like to introduce Anna Lim, the Asia Skills Future Head for Microsoft, who is here to talk to us about creating future-ready learning opportunities.
Thanks, Cherry. Great, it's great to be here virtually with everyone. I'm fortunate that it's not in person, but I'll do my best to be as highly engaging in this session as possible. So I'm sharing my screen, and give me a moment as Great. So I am going to assume you can see it. Cherry, if not, please feel free to come on out of mute and let me know. So as Cherry mentioned, I am from Microsoft. So I recently moved to Singapore about just under a year ago to start in the worldwide education team as the Future Ready Skills Lead for the Asia region. So what that effectively means is my role looks at how we can support institutions, tertiary institutions, schools, and government to really make sure that future generations of students and workers have the right skills to really succeed in the future and in an ever-changing and evolving digital world. And that falls under things like curriculum integration, skilling programs, other types of initiatives that really encourage students to pursue computer science and STEM. So it's a very broad a broad program of work that I cover from everywhere from Asia Pacific through to China, India, and Australia. So it's a little bit about me in this role. So today I'm really hoping to talk to you about the following topic: creating future-ready learning opportunities during and post-COVID-19. So I'm just going to address the elephant in the room, which is we all probably have COVID fatigue. So I'm sure you don't really want to hear too much about, my ongoing thoughts around the pandemic and all of that. So I'll try to really touch just briefly on it and the impact, and really go into what are we seeing around institutions and how they're looking at integrating digital technologies into the curriculum to help future-proof student learning. Great. So our CEO, Satya Nadella, has recently said in April, we've seen 2 years worth of digital transformation in 2 months. And what he really means by this is we're seeing more and more organizations, companies, and industries move towards digitization. And this has been fast-tracked and accelerated due to the pandemic. We've seen the increase in remote working, virtual collaboration, and in the case of education, remote learning and teaching. We saw across education that there was an even greater challenge with remote learning and teaching because we're moving everything from a physical classroom setting and delivering it virtually. But as Cherry said earlier, we're really needing to reevaluate the role of the educator and also reevaluate how we engage students virtually. And it's more than just a lift and shift methodology that needs to be considered. I want to talk a little bit about a study that was conducted by the United Nations International Labour Organization recently, where they surveyed over 12,000 students aged 18 to 26 across 112 countries. One thing that they found was that the prospects of people from 18 to 29 were taking a hit due to COVID-19. Students faced a gloomy outlook for the effects on their education. And when we look deeper into the study, they also found that young people had a systematic and deep and disproportionate impact from this pandemic. It's particularly difficult for young women, younger people, and youth in lower income countries in particular. And for Asia, that really comes as no surprise when we hear that students are discontinuing school in order to take up part-time jobs if they can find them, in order to support their families, and those without internet access or adequate devices are further disadvantaged by remote learning due to this increased digital divide that already exists. So we have some unique challenges, particularly across Asia, that really need to be considered during this time and the impact. And the United Nations really put out a strong warning that the coronavirus crisis can have a really severe and lasting impact on the life prospects of young adults if we don't really take swift remedial action. And we can really fairly assume that this will have a flow-on effect towards economic recovery globally. And if we dive deep into the Philippines, if we look at the Asia Development Bank report with ILO as well, where they did a survey, they estimated potentially over 1 million youth may be jobless this year if the pandemic continues. And if we put that into a percentage, we saw youth unemployment in the Philippines at 6.8% in 2019, and that may increase to up to 15.1% to 19.5% if we continue in the state that we're in. We also know that the Philippines, there are 3/4 of both firm level apprenticeships and internships that were completely disrupted due to this pandemic. And that's really as a result of companies really discontinuing to provide wages and stipends to interns and apprentices. And we know that youth are expected to lose employment a lot faster than adults. And that's really because of that last in, first out process in which young workers who are hired more recently with less job protection are more likely to lose at a faster rate than adults. And I just took this snippet actually from the Youth and COVID-19 survey report that I referenced by ILO, where it really starts to look at what are youth doing to really prepare themselves in this environment, or I guess future-proof themselves. And we know that young people really haven't given up yet. About half of them have sought new learning opportunities despite the school crisis and school closures. And from the study, we saw that 44% of young people surveyed had pursued new training courses since the start of the pandemic, and with a greater occurrence of this from students who've completed tertiary education. What I found particularly interesting, obviously, as a tech company, is this report really shows that most young people enrolled in courses to really advance job-specific or technical skills. And that's really, you can see at 54% when we look across all youth. Very unsurprising, as I mentioned, due to the accelerated demand for these jobs and skills with the presence of this pandemic in particular. But even outside of this pandemic, we know that by 2022, there's going to be over 6 million job openings in cloud-based technologies. And so the guidance really from the ADB and the ILO in this report really suggests things like wage subsidies, public employment programs, which can really help students in many countries across Asia continue their learning to avoid future disruptions. But it also talks a lot to the focus on skills trainings that would help youth return to the job market when the economy starts to pick up. And I recently read an article that included some snippets from Senator Sonny Angara in the Philippines. And I really thought this resonated a lot around what is the role of education institutions and educators in skilling up students during this pandemic. And he said very rightly, our education system is undergoing a major overhaul due to the new normal and tech that will play a major role here. We should start incorporating digital skills in the curriculum of our students as early as primary school so that they will have the access to more opportunities by the time they graduate, or even if they fail to complete their education for whatever reason. And I bolded here the emphasis on incorporating digital skills into the curriculum. And so when we start to look at, well, what do I think about when I think of Microsoft and our role in education? So I look at it as a pipeline for future talent, and we start to break that down into 3 segments across education. The first being primary education, where we want to spark curiosity with STEM, computer science, and really give purpose to learning. And we do that through tools like Minecraft and MakeCode. As students progress into secondary education, we start to look at how do we improve their productivity skills, their collaboration skills, to really grow that excitement, but also start to develop competency in understanding technology concepts. And then in higher education, where I will focus most of the remainder of this keynote, is improving employability with technical skilling and hands-on experiential certification and paths to jobs. And if I really emphasize, this pandemic, if anything, has just emphasized the prolific nature and presence of technology across every facet of our lives. So the more we can really do to equip students who we assume they're digitally native, but how do we get them working a lot smarter across these technology skill sets to be prepared? So what do I mean when I talk about a future-ready student? Well, if we dig deeper into tertiary education space, I think we can all agree that a majority of today's students really want more than a diploma and degree. They want real-world skills that will make them more employable. And that's why, as a company, Microsoft really thinks about future-ready students in the following way. We want them to be continuous learners who work to build new skills and capabilities. So that's really an emphasis on lifelong learning. We want them to really understand the job trends that exist in their given industry or chosen industry. And then we want them to use technology to optimize their productivity. And how do they position themselves for jobs that align to these trends? And generally, when we think about these trends, we're seeing an emphasis on certain types of roles and jobs. So how do we prepare them to align them for that future? And then lastly, how do they present a showcase or a portfolio of examples of the work that they've done? Because we know it's not only one thing to learn in an academic setting in a theoretical context, but how have they taken those skills and actually applied them and therefore demonstrated their understanding? I wanted to also touch on a recent report by LinkedIn, where they really started to look at the fastest growing jobs across key markets. And for Asia, if I zone in onto the Philippines, we really see in bold that many of these emerging roles that are coming out now and will continue to grow into the future really center around cloud-based technologies, data, and AI. And so a lot of this insight really starts to fuel us as a company towards the types of learning content and pathways and certification that we develop. So just a bit of an overview, I wanted to share with you some of what this content is. So from a non-IT perspective, we've built what we call an AI business school. So for anyone interested in learning the applicability of AI across different industries, the ethical aspects of it, we have a plethora of content to really support that. As we start to move more towards technical understanding, we've started to build a portfolio of fundamental courses across cloud, data, and AI. And then we build on that knowledge with more associate and expert level learning pathways and certification that really go into role-based jobs like data engineer, data scientist, and Azure developer. So to make things more practical, and I'm hoping that is going to be of use for those on the call, is taking all of this, how do you start to apply this into your school context? So with the content and the certification and pathways we have available, the way that I really see it is there's sort of two key options where we're seeing from a lot of higher education institutions is they're either looking to create a micro course or some kind of full Microsoft course that really helps students start to skill up in the cloud, and they really look to base this on our fundamental courses. The more common way is they go, well, I've got an existing course or curriculum or program, so how do I start to integrate that and make it complement or supplement what I'm already teaching? And then lastly, how do I allow them to get certified so that they have that employability piece and that is included in their CV when they start to apply for jobs? We have been working on building core resources and programs to really support educators in delivering this. So we've recently made available high quality official curriculum by Microsoft that's easy to administer, and that really centers around our fundamental courses, which we will start to build on. And this is all freely available training and teaching materials. We then have an institutional program which really allows you as an educator to get certified yourself so that you understand what this content is that you look to deliver, but also grow that confidence in teaching cloud content through on-demand train the trainer programs. And then lastly, we have a lot of integration tools that allow you to make this experience as seamless as possible for your students through your learning management system or through your website. But more importantly, I actually wanted to share with you a few examples and really exciting things that some institutions are doing across Asia. So the first one I want to share is Nanyang Polytechnic. So they recently launched a new teaching model which moves away from the usual subject-based approach to one that's really structured around workplace competencies. They work to really co-create this model with IT industry leaders such as Microsoft, Oracle, Google, to really go, well, what are the things that you are seeing in terms of trends in the market, and how do we start to teach that in the classroom? And so they've come up with this new teaching model called the professional competency model, which is a first of its kind in Singapore, and will be introduced starting next year. So the way that they've looked at it is going, well, some of the modules they'll teach directly, and then other modules they've taken from these IT companies such as Microsoft and Google and started to implement those alongside their existing curriculum. The second example is TAFE New South Wales in Australia. So they've partnered with us to deliver what we call the Microsoft Traineeship Program. And this is where students get valuable on-the-job experience while they work towards certification and really graduate with a certificate in information technology, which is a nationally accredited qualification that's delivered by TAFE New South Wales. And the third example is Soochow University in Taiwan. So they've just recently announced a model of teacher training and student learning and practice, as well as a certification center on campus that combines rich and up-to-date learning resources based on Microsoft Learn, which is a free online education platform that not only helps those students in the Department of Communication to develop cross-disciplinary skills, but also enables learners with an AI background specifically to deepen their understanding and achieve a universal education across AI that really allows them to be prepared for the talent market that is becoming more and more prevalent across data and AI. One thing I think that this really highlights is that partnership between the academic institution and with industry such as Microsoft, or even if it's the corporate environment or the public sector environment, where I think these two things really need to align a little bit closer if we're really going to address the skills gap and make sure that students are seeing the value that they're paying for with their degrees, and that they're really broadening their skill set and exposure to the environment that they will then enter after education. And then finally, I just wanted to talk a little bit further on that with a real life example that I'm working across now, which is with Grab, which I'm sure many will be familiar with. So this example with Grab is where we're really looking to develop a talent pool of students who have an understanding of data and AI. And we know that there is a big shortage across not only Grab as a company, but a lot of other companies across Asia. So One way that we're looking to develop this is working with polytechnics across Singapore in particular, to start to embed this into their curriculum, or at least run it as a program that students can opt into. So one thing we look at is we go, well, what's the right content that we think students should at least cover? And in this case, we chose Microsoft AI Fundamentals. So students will complete this course, which is free and is online, or can be delivered in the classroom by lecturers and educators. And then after they go through that hands-on content, they then look at certifying so that they have the actual AI Fundamentals certificate to really add to their employability. And then once they've done that, we ask them to really apply what they've learned in a real life setting with a Grab industry project. So Grab has provided some data and some problem statements that students can start to solve for using that utilizes the cloud platform, in particular utilizing machine learning. And then from that, students who perform really well, we invite them into employment pathways. So for those who are high performers, how do we fast track them into internships and then potentially introduce them to other companies looking for this talent as well? So they not only enter as an undergraduate, but hopefully leave as a more skilled professional by the end of the experience. We look at breaking this across 2 semesters, and at the moment we're really in launch and pilot phase with our first batch of students who are undergoing this program. So that's a little bit around how Microsoft partners with not only the academic side, like polytechnics and vocational schools and universities, but also brings together that relationship with our industry partners like Grab. And then lastly, I just wanted to touch on supporting students. So I would actually be very remiss of me not to mention some of these key offerings, particularly for students during this time. So we do have what we call a Microsoft Learn platform, which provides free bite-sized tutorials for students to learn more about technology and how they can actually get hands-on exposure to that. We have a student ambassador program. So for those who are highly interested, how do they develop and build communities with fellow students as well. We should be launching very shortly, again, our Imagine Cup competition, which really encourages students to come up with their best and brightest ideas that solve for a lot of world problems. And I guess that really comes down to them partnering with other students to create innovative projects. And very often we see a lot of success from students from Asia. And then lastly, we have Azure for Students, which is our free credit offer that allows students to access free services, download tools, access GitHub, that really works towards creating their own ideas and building their own portfolio. And with that note, I'll just finish with, I guess, a call to action. So if you're an educator, I highly recommend you sign up to our free teaching material at aka.ms/cloud fundamentals for edu. It's all free, so feel free to download, have a look. Maybe it's applicable for you, maybe not. But feel free to also contact me at annlim@microsoft.com if you wish for more information around how we can support you from a faculty and institution level. So that's the end of my chat. So I'll, I guess, open it back up to Cherry if there are any questions that I can address.
Thank you so much for that informational talk, Anna. There are a few questions. Let's see, let's pull them up. With regard to the skills gap, what role do you think continuing education has in this? What about those who feel like they're late to the upskilling party?
Sorry, do you mind repeating that again?
Sorry, no worries. With regard to the skills gap, what role do you think continuing education has in this? What about those people who feel that they're late to the party, that they miss the boat in terms of upskilling?
I think I can understand the sense of feeling like you've missed the boat, but in some ways I think there's going to continually be new trends, new different types of technology platforms that come out. So there's always going to be a new boat to catch, if I'm honest. And I think that really comes down to the sense of lifelong learning and being adaptable. So, you know, if you feel like you've missed the boat, I really don't think it is a case. Like for me, I'm not technically savvy at all, even though I work at Microsoft. But I really want to just build the muscle around lifelong learning. And so I'm continually trying to learn about new concepts, even if it doesn't necessarily apply to my job, just keeping up to date with the trends that are happening. So I guess I would, and when I think about continued education, I think that's where we probably see the most impact around people feeling like they missed the boat, right? Because, I'll give an example. I have a cousin who has recently lost their job, and they work in a very day-to-day office type role, but they're going, well, how do I completely change my career and maybe do something different, because this pandemic has actually offered that opportunity. So they're actually doing some graphic design courses and some courses around finance and business management, because they're really looking to start their own social and e-commerce business locally. So I don't know if it's a case of you've missed the boat, but it's maybe just thinking, well, is this a chance to just make sure I'm flexing that muscle and know that I can learn something new? But also, is it a case of maybe you want a career change, and continued education, I think, really starts to provide that pathway. And I don't think anyone ever stops learning, so it's never too late to start. So I'm not sure if I fully answered the question there, but I hope I did.
Yeah, no, that was a really good example. And I think it really does speak to the idea of the necessity to pivot, I guess, and how education plays a part in that. Now, one more question. How can we address the issue of balance regarding technical skills and soft skills in this world that's highly digital and skills focused?
Yeah, I think that's actually a really great question, Cheria. And I didn't cover, I guess, soft skills in this talk so much, but it's definitely something to be very conscious of if we really want students to succeed post-pandemic. And why I say that's important is we really want to be building resilience. We know that that's not only important in personal and business context, but with this pandemic, it's even more important than ever, as soft skills allow us to navigate the uncertainty and constant changes, not only in the labor market and beyond. So for me, some of the soft skills that I think as an education, if I was an education institution, I should really be thinking about developing is leadership, adaptability, collaboration, emotional intelligence. And so if I really start to unpick some of these and maybe what that looks like in an education context, let's take leadership. We're going to probably be working or learning from home for a very long time in the foreseeable future. So how do we encourage students to take the lead at different times? Maybe it's on a group project, or we get them actually collaborating and leading teams virtually and being the person who orchestrates that. And I guess from a collaboration perspective, in terms of skills, how do we put the emphasis on the student and less on the teacher when it comes to collaboration? I think one common mistake we see is educators effectively just lecture to the student through the video, and there's not enough engagement happening from the student end. So how can we maybe work on game-based learning environments or team-based projects, which really, or even virtual chat channels that students can engage with, to really make sure that they're staying in touch with others, but also still building that collaboration muscle, and it's less of a one-directional learning experience. And then if I touch on emotional intelligence, which I think is something that is probably underdone in education. If we think about it, I don't think as students or as kids, we really learn to communicate how we're feeling and have an understanding of how everyone else is reacting. And particularly during this pandemic and where we're not necessarily face-to-face, how do we help students build that ability to be aware of their emotions, express their emotions, and really control them in a way that allows them to be successful? And so even making sure we have our video on, making sure instead of maybe messaging, we're asking them to come off on mute, and just making sure we ask them, how they're really doing on a day-to-day basis, because sometimes they're probably not in the mood to learn. So how do we just check in and let them know that we're really there for them, so that we foster the best teaching and learning environment for these students? So that's kind of my view, that of how we could balance it more from how we deliver education as opposed to the actual content we're offering.
Right. And those are excellent ideas. I think you're right. Emotional intelligence is something that often we overlook as educators, maybe because we take it for granted that it was embedded in the daily routine or the physical interaction that has been, removed from the current situation. And so taking the time to reevaluate how we approach those particular skills it's a timely endeavor to do. Last question, really, because you've represented Microsoft so well. The last question would be, how does one become a Microsoft certified educator?
Great question. You can go to, or you can Google Microsoft Certified Educator. So we have a certificate program where you can go through different learning modules and then effectively sit in an exam certification to receive the accreditation. We also have a learning platform for educators called, I think, Microsoft Education Center. So I always get this wrong because we have so many acronyms, where we do have a lot of different modules and courses that will help you upskill on technology, but also use technology to teach. So I would really highly encourage getting involved in this community. And it's a very big educator community as well. So that's one way to get started. But there is a specific learning path if you Google Microsoft Certified Educator.
Okay. Well, Thank you so much, Anna. Your presentation was so informative, and it really does give us a glimpse into the different skills that we need to start honing in students as early as now. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now, skills are a very important part of the holistic view of education. Another big part of that motivation and soft skills. For our next speaker, I'd like to introduce Dr. Alan Cromlish, the founder and CEO of Motive Impact.
Hello, good morning. Hopefully everyone's well today, and obviously thank you everyone for having me. So for me, I've spent probably the last 8 or so years within higher education in Singapore, Finland, and South Korea, specifically creating partnerships and fostering student success. And then currently here in Singapore, where I work towards Industry 4.0 solutions within companies and higher educational institutes. So hopefully we can kind of work through this today and talk about the future. Yeah, please, next slide. Yeah, so just collectively, I'd like to just kind of throw it out there. Like, what is the purpose of higher education? I understand that it is multifaceted, but what does it mean to you? And what do you expect from your higher educational institute? Next slide, please. So when we look at the WE Forum and the competitiveness report, the global competitiveness report, we can really frame higher education as something that's a little bit more transactional. So within it, you can look towards essentially higher education as being a job creator and preparing students and non-traditional students, adults obviously, and making sure that they are ready for jobs and being prepared to enter the job market in a relevant state. So on the left side here, these are the different pillars that is necessary for a country to be successful and to be competitive on the global stage. So one of them is being ICT adoption, and the other one is actually their skill sets that they come in. So as students work their way from K-12 and enter higher ed, hopefully those that go through higher education can bring more value, not only to the community, but also to the country as a whole and make them more competitive on the global stage. And so on the right side, you have ICT, higher ed, and jobs. They need to work in tandem. And this is only becoming more relevant and more pressing as we work towards Industry 4.0. Next slide, please. Thank you. So what is Industry 4.0? So this is essentially ICT adoption. This is information communication technology adoption. And we're making sure that everything that you've heard about prior, from blockchain to IoT, Internet of Things devices, to new mobile phones, we're making sure that all of these have relevance, not only within your education, but relevance within the job market. And more importantly, going forward beyond this is that they continue to evolve and that we can continue to make a contribution to society. Yeah, that's fine, thank you. So Industry 4.0 is already happening. It's only becoming more pressing. And obviously we've talked about COVID, and we'll get into that in just a minute. So on your screen now, you see a list of companies. Some of them you may have heard of, some of them you haven't. Tesla is obviously quite popular. More importantly, their trucking and taxis are just a piece of their business. But ultimately, Tesla's bread and butter is going to be around autonomous vehicles. SpaceX is obviously another one. If you're familiar with the Boring Company, they're looking to revamp US transportation. So essentially, instead of replacing those cars, if you don't want to be driverless, you can just drive your car onto this track, and then this track will then take you from A to B in a very obviously safe manner, but extremely accelerated. Hawkeye on the bottom left, Hawkeye has been recently implemented within sports. So instead of refereeing, referees understanding whether or not the ball has crossed the goal line, it's making sure that using technology, we can have 100% success rate using this instead of the referees. And so what I really want to get at here is that this is going to change how we operate functionally as a society. It's going to change functionally how we work in our jobs, and it's going to change how we perceive technology and its use. So on the right side, I want to touch on two more is, face swap. So face swap is a deep fake. So you can change how people look within a video. And these are only becoming more seamless, which obviously causes huge problems for things like fake news, political propaganda. But it makes it easier for something like a movie, where we can take somebody's face or an actor and implement on somebody else's. The company that I run here in Singapore is that we focus on IoT devices and software development to improve organizational workplace health, right? So next, please. So what you see on the screen now is just what could be automated, not necessarily what is, but what could be, who's at risk, and then obviously the monetary value of those jobs. So again, as you enter higher education, you want to study, obviously in one scope, you want to study, and then you want to have the skills that are necessary to enter the job or the field of your choice, and then you want to be able to enter it. So on the top left, you see surgeons, physicians, like your C-level individuals, and any kind of real technical work. These are high paying, these are not at risk right now. You even see lawyers, financial managers, operators, things like this. But at the same time, on the far bottom left, you see teachers. And these are very human interactions back and forth, whether from the teacher, where it's obviously instructing somebody and understanding and caring about their needs, like the last presentation, as well as this one will talk about soft skill development, emotional intelligence and emotional recognition, empathy, things like this. And then on the top left, obviously, you have a very technical skill that hasn't really been sorted out yet by AI. If you look on the right side, though, from accountants to auditors, waiters, cashiers, loan officers, some of these have already been replaced. Like depending on your supermarket, you may not have a cashier, right? It's a very easy thing to see. Now you just scan it by yourself. But you're looking for things that are repetitive, that could be repetitive, and then how can AI do this service better, right? Next slide, please. Yeah, so actually I have a short video for you that this just opened up in China. So it's Alibaba's hotel here. And hopefully this can help better frame not only Industry 4.0, but how skills are going to have to change. So I really want you to consider as you watch this, it's about a minute and a half. So what is the role of the employee and the human interaction? And going forward, what kind of roles are being replaced? What will be replaced? And more importantly, what is the value that somebody like you or I, if we work in hospitality, what value can we bring now? If you could please play it. Oh.
天猫精灵，关闭窗帘。天猫精灵，打开电视。天猫精灵，
主人，你说。
我需要一瓶水。
好的，服务员会尽快送来饮用水。机器人正在执行配送任务中，进入电梯。
The self-check-in machine, like the guest mobile check-in, like the robot service and homogeneous voice butler. The purpose of this kind of service and technology is to improve the efficiency of the service and the consistency of the service quality.
您可以取出物品了。
So I'd actually add on one more. Actually, a colleague of mine here in Singapore also runs an AI company, but it's specifically here to sterilize rooms, and they've managed to find success within hotels. So in this case, if you take this video where front-facing, customer-facing, your greeters, check-in, check-out, these people will not be nearly as relevant, right? We'll still need somebody on site to be able to provide a personalized experience for the individual. But in this case, with cleaning hotels, he uses a heavy UV light that's safe for the environment, safe for the room, but essentially it'll clean all of the diseases that are in there, such as COVID. But this would also then replace a portion of what your house cleaning staff has to do, right? And so as we continue to go forward with this presentation, it's really about disjarring what we're doing now, and again, what can we replace, right? Next slide, please. Thank you. And so, as we consider what's happening with jobs, so what is happening within higher education then? So obviously, back in the day, it's just simply lectures and memorization, and then we move towards enabling internet and how can we utilize the internet to improve learning. We also have improving the actual knowledge producing part of the education process. So how can we continue to expand knowledge? How can we expand theory? But now where we are is that we need innovation. We need to create more. So you see this in like project-based learning, action, I believe it's going to be called action-based learning. Flipped Classroom is also quite popular to facilitate this process. But we're really looking for more innovation. We want to be able to continue to produce and to produce and produce because of the speed at which things are changing. All right, we'll touch a little bit more into that as we go along. Next slide, please. Good. So within universities, obviously, some of you may have answered in another way than this presentation is going, but essentially we are looking for universities to be connected to the industry. And as we move forward through Industry 4.0 and as it becomes more prevalent, and especially during a post-COVID state, we need to understand obviously what universities are doing, and we need to know what industry is doing and where is the mutual synergies between the two of them. So on one side, with university, you have a significant amount of theory, and on the right side, you have a significant amount of practice. And so you need to be able to find some sort of blend in the middle. And so often, and for those of you that are students, and hopefully for many of you where you were students, your theory didn't always transition into practice, and then some of your practices did not always transition into theory. And so this is the relationship that you're looking to establish for students specifically when looking to prepare them for jobs within this frame. And so like what are industries using in terms of software? What kind of practices are they using? What kind of technologies are they implementing or looking to implement? And what sort of techniques and collaborational efforts are they establishing, not only locally on site, but across their entire platform or network? And again, like, is this a practical solution, right, within the industry? Is this a practical platform? Is this a practical software? And that's the university's job, to take the academic cap and try to understand whether or not this actually has value, significance within the industries, right? And it's more about relevancy, right, at the end of the day. So again, within this scope and trying to prepare students for jobs, it's really about staying relevant. And it is a difficult task, but as we continue to go forward through Industry 4.0, and again, being accelerated by COVID, we must be able to provide more relevant, more andragogical approaches into university education. Next slide, please. Thank you. So we've all felt the impacts of COVID. If you're on the industry side, work from home is more popular, obviously. Work-life balance has become more of an issue. It was prior, it's bigger now. Obviously, increased remote work has become, I guess, more prevalent. But on top of that, your opportunities to work remote, as opposed to just being forced to be more remote, are obviously increasing. And so I like to kind of caveat that with like the freelance economy and being able to be like a digital nomad is becoming more prominent. And it's actually probably never been more accessible than now. In terms of work-life balance, plenty of people who went to work on a physical site and then had to be displaced out of the workplace because of COVID. Now you're having a subjective issue where, I'm in front of my computer at home, or I'm on my mobile device at home, but this is my personal space and I don't have a physical workspace that I can work through. And so this is causing obviously issues and conflict within the individuals and then within companies at scale. And then on top of this, like working from home in general is like, is it practical? Is it profitable for the company? Is it something that can allow the individual to work at their best? And these are just questions more than answers than anything else, right? Next slide, please. And so when we look at like the impact within universities, it's quite similar, right? So it's still a shock demand, right? It just came and now everybody's on Blackboard, everyone's on Moodle, Canvas. Like if you weren't on it, you're probably on it now. And if you weren't on it and then you weren't agile enough to get there, which many universities are having difficulties of making that fast agile change, it's what do you do, right? And some places still don't have an answer. Being an American, this is still difficult for many places. Basically, they're still trying to implement traditional education, but without getting into other factors beyond University 4.0 and Industry 4.0. It's just, how can this be done knowing that we cannot legally go back to these places? A number of universities in the US, they went back and then immediately saw issues and had to pull back into online digital mediums. Some of them today, through colleagues of mine, are just now implementing some sort of hybrid education or online education into traditional classes. And so what does this mean for them, right? It just really means a higher adoption rate for online classes, hybrid classes, of course. But there needs to be a greater understanding of the software, right? So like, what is Blackboard? How do we use it? Sure. You have Cisco software, you have Adobe software. Like, can people effectively use Google Docs? And then more importantly, like, how can the university secure itself to be an established institute going forward, right? Which is something that's putting them at risk. And the biggest one is obviously a financial risk due to lack of students being able to attend university. Next slide, please. So like today, I'm just gonna talk about 4 real key things that need to happen, or at least that I believe that need to happen as universities shift towards their 4.0 solutions, right? So the first one would be taking the early curriculum and making it more relevant to obviously a post-COVID world, but also Industry 4.0. Second one would be specifically embracing online and hybrid learning. Third is obviously trying to seize opportunities within their industries that they already have traditional connections to, and just basically heightening out those already established connections and fostering a stronger relationship and more mutual knowledge sharing. And the last one is having a multidisciplinary collaboration between wicked problems, which is something that is becoming more and more relevant given the nature of how technology is working. So let's jump into it. Next slide, please. So on the right side, you just see like a very short history of notable tech events. And on the left side, these are just a small list of potential changes that are coming. Some of them are actualized, some of them are not. From obviously artificial intelligence is popular. Most people understand an IoT device. Nanotechnology is having a stronger and stronger presence, maybe not in our everyday lives, but definitely within the industry world. Blockchain, I think most people are on it, but what is blockchain now? Many of you may know Bitcoin, Ethereum, things of this nature, but its true technology is really about safety and security. And so what can we do when we can put everything publicly and let everyone see what's happening in a completely anonymous manner, right? And so how can we implement that into our everyday lives? And how can we implement that within industry? And then obviously establishing the skill set for it. And so you can see these are quite a large, wide array of topics. And on the right, you can see that things are rapidly changing. And so because of this, next slide, please. So because of this, though, we really need to change the way that we approach education, right? And again, this was touched on in the last presentation. What I don't do is I do a lot of K-12, but a lot of it's around understanding soft skill development and the need for the critical thinking and the problem solving skills, but also like the resiliency, emotional intelligence, the ability to collaborate, and the ability to obviously empathy and to understand other people. But there really needs to be a significant component within your hard skills, so that way we can understand this rapidly evolving world, right? So can we just go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So I pulled this straight from a European collaboration effort from one of my former employers at Ulster University. So essentially, like, what hard skills do we need, right? So it's bucketed into 3 categories. So you have your engineering components, you got your business components, and then you got your design components, right? And so within each one, everybody's going to need to know at least one of these verticals, essentially. So if you're on the engineering side, which competency or which bucket, like essentially, can we understand how the tech works on a day-to-day basis? Can we understand what it will be doing? And like, what is the underlying factors of why this is working? As a business, how can tech work for us in a practical manner? And then what is the impact that it'll have for us, right? And so for many people, this is a financial impact. This is like a human capital impact. This is a marketing impact. And what is the change that it'll have? You don't have to look much farther than TikTok for this tree, for this vertical. So like, what is TikTok doing currently, right? Many of us probably don't understand the engineering components behind it, but you can definitely see the migration for paid ads from Instagram to TikTok. And then as an American, we can see how TikTok is trying to go to America and how that process is spanning out. So on a high level, who's going to pay for TikTok to operate as an American company? Who's going to pay for that and allow that to happen? And then like, what are the business side payoffs for these 2 companies? And then the last one would be design, right? And so like, what is our interaction with the technology? So how do I interact? And then how does the general public interact with it on a day-to-day basis? This may look something a little bit more like user design, right? Next slide, please. So it's also really important that we combine all of these hard skills, and then we also have them complemented with soft skills. So it's actually labeled here as transferable skills. So regardless of your industry, you should be able to bring these efforts across. And again, just simply from my previous workplace at Aalto University and other European universities and industry experts, they're saying that problem solving skills. Again, last presentation, a lot of the discussions that we're having today are going to be around this. Interpersonal skills, metacognitive skills of thinking about thinking. How can we improve as people and personal development? How can we take businesses and become a little bit more design thinking approach? And then again, systems thinking. So like, what are the ethical implications of what we're doing? And again, something like this is really around Facebook, Google, like FANG, right? Apple, Netflix. So what's happening and why are we supposed to do it? And this doesn't, again, the way that this takes is if you're starting a company, like take Google, for example, or Gmail, like it's purposely intended to keep you activated and to keep you engaged on that platform, for better or worse, right? And so then like, what are the ethical implications behind it? And these need to have serious discussions around it. But more importantly, as a university, we need to be able to equip individuals with the capacity to have those conversations through case studies and challenging them early on. Next slide, please. And I want to take a little bit more of a practical approach and an academic one. So on the right side, you see a number of drivers for success and a number of contributions to success, whether you're, this is not entry level, but this would be like your first manager job or first team leader job. And this goes all the way up to C-level. And you can find out there on the right side, they're bold-faced, and on the left side, I just highlighted them for you. But basically, you're looking for a significant amount of soft skills to be developed within individuals because they're necessary at all levels to be successful and to have upward mobility. So this actually comes from Korn Ferry, and another couple of their reports are just reiterating the same thing, whether it's a leadership position or simply an employee position within, lower level, mid-level, or even higher level, where you're still not in a quote unquote management position. Soft skill development is necessary at every single level to be successful, right? Next slide, please. So moving on to the second point is then again, you want to embrace online and hybrid learning. Previously, Annie and Microsoft are obviously entering this space. And when you're looking at new competitors to universities, LinkedIn and Microsoft have got to be up there. Microsoft is now offering free LinkedIn learning. They're offering discounts on their Microsoft certifications. And again, previous presentation, and even this one is that as people continue to go forward through their education, traditionally, non-traditional is growing. And so how can higher ed and how can universities service people as the way that they view education is changing? So Obviously, micro courses are popular, postgraduate certificates are popular, certificate programs in general are becoming popular. But in terms of like an Industry 4.0 standard, online and hybrid learning is going to be able to expand their reach internationally. So if you're a Filipino university and you have an online course, you can potentially reach 7 billion people. This is whether or not you have the right marketing team and allow them to be able to reach it. It also allows the ability to balance the opportunity for individuals because they don't have to physically come on campus. And then obviously looking at the last point I have on the left is that this provides an opportunity for ongoing lifelong learning. So again, it goes back to the rise of micro courses, postgraduate certificate programs, and certificate programs where people just want to go back and get updated all the time due to the soft skill development of improved lifelong learning. And so for faculty and staff and any sort of educator, even within K-12, how can we facilitate this? So it's really going to be project-based learning, as I mentioned prior. Flipped classroom is also really popular, right? And so what we're emphasizing is just, again, outcomes and innovation, outcomes and innovation. So what can we work on in the next 4 to 12 weeks that would be a significant project that can be led by an industry expert, such as a faculty or a teacher, or potentially an industry expert that's collaborating with the university? And how can we provide that expertise within the right framework on a project that's meaningful to the student, right? As opposed to giving them something to work on or a term paper to work on, because this is how we're going to be changing, obviously to increase learning, also to provide the same structural framework they're going to need when entering the job market. Next slide, please. And so I just wanted to kind of reiterate some problems that could be arising. So obviously, at the bottom, do people have internet, right? And this is a huge issue, and not just internet, but secure internet, fast enough internet, because this is really going to determine your best case solution for your university or your industry. So, if you're, back in like early 2000s, even, it was novel for Harvard and Yale, Dartmouth, Southern California, even University of Texas, they would just give their students laptops. Right? Maybe like a notebook really early on. You're a freshman, you come in, we're going to give this to you. Great. And this is a way to expand their learning. But nowadays, it's not really optional anymore, right? Everybody needs one. And so when you look towards 21st century skills and 21st century solutions, Industry 4.0, ICT, all these things, we have to have, obviously, connections to the internet to collaborate with other individuals. And we need to be connected so that we can also use the necessary software to be successful in our training within university, but then also to be able to prep as we go forward towards an industry. But some of these solutions may be difficult, right? They may not be cost effective. So on the right, you have virtual desktops, which are becoming more common. If you're a researcher, you may be having this already. You go to the lab, you work, and then you go home, and you can just remotely log in from your laptop to utilize that computer. Remote virtual desktops are a very common solution these days, or can be a very cost-effective solution where you can have a central computer that can essentially support, I believe, 7 to 10 other students that can log into this. And these are all ways not only to cut costs, but also to provide access to industrial software at scale. And then more importantly, they can be cost-effective, but it's something that needs to be worked out for your organization, right? So you may save on the actual hardware, but then you may pay more in terms of like the cloud storage and then the support that comes with it. Another solution may be increasing mobile access for your students. Obviously I have underlined there, like gifting the pocket Wi-Fi, right? And so like, can they just use this and have a medium to be able to have accessible internet regardless of where they are as a low tech solution, right? And this is actually really popular with something called the University of the People. They know that many of their students are low tech. It's like a 1995 GeoCities webpage, if you know any of that. It's essentially a discussion forum with a central management system. So students can just log in, download at their own pace, and then participate in discussions online and learn from industry experts as they work asynchronously, right? Not at the same time. Next slide, please. And so the big one, right, with Industry 4.0, and it's going to be mixed in with the point after this, but it's like, how can we address insanely difficult, complex, or potentially wicked problems, right? So it's like what I was saying prior when we talk about project-based learning. We need project-based learning simply because it emphasizes Industry 4.0 practices. So you have this concept that we're going to work on a project for the next X number of weeks. we have a faculty expert that has it in the university with these industry connections. And so we can combine all this for really solid skills training to prepare our students to enter the job market. But they need something to work on. This is why that industry connection in the very beginning is so important. So like, what is something that they're facing or that they're trying to solve immediately? Excuse me. And then how can we bring that into the classroom as a learning moment, right? Whether that's a previous problem that they found a solution for better or worse, or something that they're currently working on. So obviously it provides firsthand experience for the student. And more importantly, it provides a real world problem that can be structured behind expertise. Next slide, please. Yeah. So I really wanted to just kind of pick something that I thought would be interesting specifically in the Philippines. And this is, Manila traffic, which I assume is familiar for most people inside of this presentation. So there's a lot of factors that contribute to it. I just listed out on the right what I would think is like high level. So from pollution to congestion to lack of roads, urban planning, and a growing population. So like solving one of these obviously is not going to solve your Manila traffic problem. It's not going to solve the congestion, but if you solve one, there may be unforeseen circumstances, unforeseen consequences where 2 or 3 or 4 more problems arise. And this is what makes obviously Industry 4.0 and University 4.0, and then these types of real life examples really interesting to bring into the classroom, but they're more relevant than ever to bring in, right? So it's almost a never ending discussion whenever you try to tackle something like this. So if you can solve one, again, like let's say that you solve a car issue, well then how does that impact urban planning because of the lack of cars on the road or increased ride sharing, and how does that impact congestion and pollution? And then what are the financial costs of that? In terms of populations, like what happens if we keep it stagnant or reduce the booming population, right? And so it's really about, again, leveraging what we know as a problem, and how can the industry provide the insights that we need that we can structure it for a student. Because addressing the whole problem is just simply not possible, even with the best experts on the planet. But you gotta take it piece by piece. So again, real life examples provide the firsthand experience that is necessary for students to be prepared to go into the industry. Next slide, please. So I really wanted, and again, to double up on it, right? You need a multidisciplinary approach. You need multidisciplinary collaboration. So maybe in the past, like you might major in a singular topic or a singular subject, but these days it's not good enough, unfortunately. Like my background's in psychology, I bring a lot of educational backgrounds with my master's and my doctorate degree. But I've probably spent the last 4 years working with tech experts, trying to figure out best solutions, whether that's within higher ed or within industry. But as we continue to go forward, and COVID is a great example of how we have to change, and what wasn't feasible prior is now suddenly feasible, and the amount of innovation and the speed that we have innovation is only going to be more relevant and become more impactful, and it's only becoming more, I guess, more occurring. So we have a problem now where we may be displaced, but how can we go ahead and obviously work from home? But knowing that we can work from home, we don't have the ability to communicate with everybody on a day-to-day basis, right? So when we talk about a multidisciplinary approach and collaborating on wicked and complex problems, or even industry problems, in the past, we would just pick one topic, but now with the COVID world, Industry 4.0, we need to be able to understand how everybody's involved in this process, because we're all intertangled into a specific problem. If you go to the next slide, please. So this is what you're seeing here. Sorry. Thank you. So this is actually taken from a multinational company that I was working with in the fall, and then we just ended our engagement in the spring. They use my software. It's fantastic. They're good. Sorry. Thank you. Forward, please. One more. There we go. Cheers. And so instead of structuring them by department, like a sales department or marketing department or business development department or IT department, what they've done is described each team by their product. And so you have designer. In this specific team, there's a designer, there's a marketer, product developer, researcher. They have a planner, which is essentially like their go-to-market strategy and product launcher. And then obviously you have your holistic short-term, long-term goal strategist. So this is just one team, but it's imperative that each person obviously delivers expertise within their job description and within their role. But more importantly, they need to understand how the others do their role, how to do their role, and what are the goals that each individual is trying to accomplish. Because ultimately, beyond this, they're obviously all trying to support a singular product, right? And so again, when we go forward, it's important that everybody understands in this process the others and what they're doing. So if you have a singular discipline, it's not bad. You should be spending your time, and the university needs to be able to emphasize this, whether it's through traditional means and formal means of collecting a second major, having a minor, doing a graduate degree or a second bachelor's degree in another field, or going out and get industry experience that's not relevant, but maybe more adjacent to your field, right? So next slide, please. Cheers. So with all of this, like, what are the suggestions to build on for someone like me, and like what I suggest? Obviously, one is that if you're not having online or some sort of hybrid method, do it. Start today, get on it. And it doesn't matter what it is, whether it's extremely low tech or whether it's really high tech, right? And again, this can be just simply online discussion forums and providing any software that you can. That's fine, because the idea is that what you're implementing today, whether it's on the low or the high end, probably in 2 to 5 years, it's going to be changed and its use is going to be changed anyways. So we need a different base skill set. And again, like, to actually have a stark difference, there's obviously the forum approach, and then Georgetown in Qatar, and then Georgetown in the US. They actually have a company called Polycom that works for them. So all students in the classroom sit down at like a podium, and then there's a large screen in front of them, in front of the whole class. And they can actually have live classes between the two countries with a professor in a third room delivering digital solutions to them, right? This would be an extremely high-end approach that will last for a while, but this could be replaced when they're talking about VR and AI. Two is analyze a deeper understanding. So with that connection to industry, what do they really need, right? What are the skill sets that they really need from the students or from the potential employees? Because what they're going to be retrained anyways. Many of them are going to have training for the company's specific solutions. So what can they have as a base hard skill and base soft skill? And how can the university readjust their curriculum to ensure that more students go on to hold jobs and be successful within them immediately after graduation, like 6 to 12 months on, right? And then obviously you want to, again, number 3 is just problem-based learning, a flipped classroom approach, bring in real world examples and bring in industry experts into the classroom, right? Hone down all of that theory into real world application. Specifically for Industry 4.0 is number 4. And then obviously number 5, which is you want to really foster entrepreneurship, because it's going to really reinforce not only the theory, but that approach where obviously project-based learning, but that approach of lifelong learning, consistent expansion of skill sets, the desire to become learners over and over again. And then how can we continue to build out that multidisciplinary approach? Because as an entrepreneur, you're going to need that as a core function to get something done. And then you're going to find another problem, which will continue to expand outward and broaden your skill set. So you may not be an expert at everything there, obviously not, but you'll have a solid understanding of how each job and each role will be needed to function to a higher goal. And so as a university, you can foster this, and you can double up this by creating an incubator and an accelerator, where then you can bring in, again, your industry experts, your faculty experts, and then remove the academic approaches where we're looking for significance, but we can actually turn around and look for impact. So how does this impact, how many people are we reaching? How many impressions are we getting? How many conversions are we getting? And if you want to put a university cap and a researcher's cap on that, hey, even better, because then you know that it's not luck and that it's actually working, and what you have is something that's significant, right? So other than that, thank you. And then one more. And thank you for your time. Right, this has been great. If you have any questions, please just let me know and we can go from there.
All right. Thank you so much, Alan. That was really informative and very in-depth. We have a couple of questions off of YouTube. So the first one was about bridging the gap between the academe and the industry partners of higher education in remote areas with limited resources. To give you a bit of a background, we have a lot of listeners or participants, audience members that are coming to us from the government and public school systems in the Philippines. And so we do have to grapple with the fact that both as educators and as learners, a lot of them don't have access to stable internet connections or the necessary hardware. So do you have any suggestions or thought points on that?
Yeah, I'll start with when I was working in Finland, budget was never really an issue. Like you had to be responsible for it. In Singapore, some of the places I've worked with, it is an issue. South Korea was both an issue and then obviously not one at the same time. With that being said, like there's tons of open source software, and I understand this is not the ideal solution, but you can go to an internet, maybe like an internet cafe, public library, and you can download what you need. These are very small packages, whether that's from something like machine learning to some sort of coding software, and they're all quite light. It'll be done relatively quickly. And then you can bring that home and work offline, right? There's no need for it. And you'll still be able to develop the skill sets that you need from it. As an institute, this is something that's practical if you can obviously go out and grab it. With limited internet though, if you're able to have some sort of digital solution, right? You're going to need some sort of way to gather it, of course. But once you have it, you can have an internal intranet solution, right? Where everybody can work across your network, right? So you may not have access obviously to the world, but you can obviously hardwire everybody in together to be able to collaborate.
Okay, all right. A little bit more specifically, another question off of YouTube is, what possible applications for Industry 4.0 are available for science majors, for instance, biology majors who had the future goal of becoming a surgeon? Do you think that these kinds of highly specialized and very multi-disciplinary approaches, will these professions be replaced?
I mean, if you look towards the long term, the answer is yes, because the computers don't make mistakes. The computers and the AI will do what we tell them to do. Whether that means the computer will ultimately replace a specific surgery for someone and their specific needs is a different story, right? And so that's really the role of deep learning and machine learning that's happening right now, is to ultimately get to that place. I would like to also say that that is a long way away. It's very, very far away. It's not something that's conceivable right now. There's loads of examples of people that may be worried. There's also lots of failures, right? But that's what everyone's working towards. So if you're looking for like obviously a biological approach and you're looking, biology major, physics major, STEM holistically, excuse me, you have a really solid skill set to start, right? Definitely. Looking towards being a doctor, right? I think personally, and this is just from what I see within hospitals, is your actual role will be the same, like your actual deliverable to a client, whether that's like a physician or a surgeon, or potentially even a nurse, will probably be the same. But the interactions between the three groups and your interaction with the hospital and the patient will probably change on your in the next, I'd say probably 5 years minimum. For some places that are a bit forward thinking, 6 months. Right. I personally just had a conversation with a hospital network in Buffalo, and they simply have an innovation expert, and their entire job is obviously to bring in innovation. But again, this is more about patient support and improving the patient's experience within the hospital, not necessarily the delivery of like a physician. So while I would say that your job is safe, no problem, I would say that you have a solid skill set to understand the technology that's coming in, and to be able to better implement it and better hone it as we go forward to make slight iterations.
Okay, all right. Last question. Is there a set of guiding standards when it comes to deciding what is significant regarding what universities should or can adapt?
Globally, no, I don't think so. I think that there are guiding principles. And so what I would suggest is, so obviously comparing Singapore, Philippines, and the United States are all vastly different. So one solution in one country won't work for the other. And then obviously, if you take one part of one of those countries and move it to another part of that country, you still won't see the same results, right? So even Cherry is talking about remote areas and digital solutions versus maybe like a metropolitan area like Manila or potentially Cebu, right? So, I mean, you can't just go from one to the other. So in terms of guiding principles, it's like, what are the resources available to you? How much can you invest, whether that's monetarily or literally experts, or what can you go and grab online in terms of open source? And then how can that make an impact? So what I would say is, what is the most pressing point within your organization? What is the biggest pain point that you have? And then what is the most immediate action that you can take? And then from there, what can be done obviously from a tech solution? And in terms of guiding is like, obviously, what is repetitive and what can be repeated over and over again, whether that's numbers or some sort of process. And then there's some sort of tech or automated solution that can support that, right?
Okay. Well,
Cheers.
thank you again for your time. That was a really comprehensive answer.
Sorry.
No, it was an amazing presentation. Thank you. And I'm sure that our educators here today are going to walk away with a lot of invaluable information and insights. Thanks again for your time.
Cheers. Thank you.
So without further ado, let's move on to our next speaker, Mr. Ryan So, who is the CEO and founder of Redefining, to talk a little bit about how blockchain technology can impact education.
Hi. Okay, thank you. Just want to check, are you able to see my screen? All right, cool. Yep, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Ryan So. I'm the Chief Executive and founder for Redefining. The topic of today is how blockchain could impact education. Okay, so basically what I'll do is that I'll give a quick overview of what is blockchain and of course how it impacts education. So this will be divided into segment itself. All right. In fact, all right, because of internet, I'm calling you from Singapore. So everyone stay safe and let's just go into the topic proper. Yeah, I'm in the education space for about 12 years now. And I'm actually a co-founder for a company called Money3, focusing on financial literacy and entrepreneurship. So that basically is the experience that I have in both education and also the region expansion per se. So I started Redefining about 2 years plus back. So I brought the whole idea to production within 10 months. And currently now we're operating in 2 key countries, both in Singapore and Philippines itself. Just hope that some of you have actually heard my yesterday's session itself on how digitalizing the diploma issuance process. Okay. So who we are? Basically, Redefining, we are a tamper-proof document issuance and verification system. So we are a SaaS model, a software as a system or system as a service basis for issuing authority. In your case itself is probably for the higher ed, to issue tamper-proof verifiable document to recipient, the graduate or the learner, and allowing them to share and store them securely from the digital wallet. While the requester, in this case, could be the HR or the employer, validate these documents and credentials easily with a scan of QR code and or via a digital file using blockchain technology. Now we talk about blockchain. I think there's a lot of things that we probably need to look at is what exactly is blockchain, all right? And it's a huge word and a lot of us actually have some misconception on really not into knowing about blockchain technology. So I'm just going to share with you 3 simple points. And that's exactly how you can take off in terms of knowing what blockchain technology is all about. So blockchain 101. When we talk about blockchain, a lot of us have the understanding that it is deal with cryptocurrency per se. Okay, nothing wrong with that. I think at the end of the day, cryptocurrency, which is very popular 2 to 3 years back, now we known about Bitcoin or Ethereum, it's actually powered by blockchain technology. But the key thing is that not all blockchain technology has cryptocurrency in the system. And that's one of the key things we are looking at in terms of point 1. Okay. Well, another illustration I always like to say is that Toyota is a car, all right, that has an engine, but not all car is a Toyota, but all car have an engine. So in today's aspects of things today, you just need to understand that blockchain technology is just like an engine. You and I probably either drive a car or see in a car before, all right, and we're only concerned about the vehicle getting from point A to point B. And we are really not too worried about how the engine is being made, who made it. So we leave all this to the developer. And we only be more concerned about the engines able to get us or the vehicle able to get us from point A to point B. So blockchain today is just a new technology stack. So that's the first point you need to understand. The second and third point comes together. Blockchain is a database on a decentralized framework. So today, let's just look at the database aspects of things. You and I have a lot of experience on database. Why? It could be just like Excel, all right? And you work on a cell and you delete the cell accordingly. But the most important thing is that it leaves no audit trail, all right? Who makes some changes, you save it and send it to other people. It's almost impossible to actually track, all right? So what we do is basically, in a blockchain standpoint, just the name mentioned, it's a block and a chain. So data is packed up in the block and chain up. And it means that it cannot be deleted or amended. All right, so that's the key thing. Now, what happens if I want you to put in new information? Well, simple. You create a new block, all right, of the new amendment itself, and then you put it at the next new, at the end of the chain, so that the viewer or requester can actually see the latest data and the string of changes. That means that this blockchain, it is a database, but it is a trusted, verifiable, immutable database. And that's the important part. That's actually the most important part of the equation, because you will use this into getting into the various use cases as we move forward. Trusted, verifiable, immutable. The third point, it is a decentralized framework. This is a bit technical, but it's required to be known because it is more on the security perspective. Now, when I talk about decentralized framework, we first of all understand what is centralized framework. Now, in the centralized framework, you probably heard of 1 active server and 4 backup. Let's say in this instance, you got 5. Now, what happens if the hacker hacked 2 of your 5 servers? You are still okay because you got 3 backup. What happened is the reverse. The hacker today hacked 3 out of 5 servers. You probably is refreshing the hack data. Now, in the blockchain term itself, it now works on a decentralized framework, which means now you actually have about 100, 1,000 or 10,000 or even more servers. In this form, is called nodes. And let's say, for example, if your blockchain network got 1,000 of them, all right, and you are probably talking about, in order for the hacker to hack, they actually need to hack 510 in order to take over the network. That further increases the security level of blockchain. So in summary, what we look at is that blockchain is a new technology stack. That's the first thing you need to understand. Second, blockchain is a trusted, verifiable, immutable database. And in fact, this is the most important point. And third, it runs on a decentralized framework. And this is the only 3 things you need to understand. Leave the rest to the developer as such. Okay. Now, of course, the other name that some of us understand is that blockchain is also a distributed ledger technology, because all the nodes itself is almost like accounting books. All the books into tally, and that's why we are talking about distributed ledger technology, or DLT for short. Blockchain is not new. Blockchain have been around for many years, all right, about 10, more than 10 actually. And today we need to look into the education perspective. So from a blockchain aspects of things, which are the nation that's spearheading certain blockchain initiative in the education space? Now, so there's just 2 key countries we're looking at. First is OpenCert. Now, OpenCert is typically launched last year, May. So today, in all the institutions in Singapore, they issue OpenCert. So no longer, when it comes to verifying of credentials or certificates or diploma or degrees, all they need to do is just come to opencert.io and drag and drop a file, and that's where the validation is taking place instantaneously. So from here, you can see these are the consortium of the institutions, what we call IHL, Institute of Higher Learning, that comes on board to start to issue OpenCert or tamper-proof documents onto a blockchain called OpenCert. The next country that we're looking at is Netherlands. They similarly developed a standard in verification using blockchain technology. And the key aspects is just looking into the European blockchain infrastructure, as you can see from here. So setting up an interoperability network and of course data, so that they can be shared and port over easily. That's the typical use case that we are talking about. So there's 4 key areas in terms of 4 ways blockchain can transform higher education, and not just higher education per se, it's just the whole education sector, which is important. So what are the 4 ways? 1, improve record keeping. So one of the key things we're talking about is that it is a record keeping aspects, where it's the first way. I will explain furthermore in terms of the 4 points itself. Second, increase efficiency in existing processes. Third, create new markets in digital assets. And fourth, we are talking about creating a disruptive business model. So these are the 4 key aspects whereas blockchain is going to be transforming education per se. So let's look into the integration of the education sector, all right, to increase productivity. Now, one of the key things we always look into will be in terms of how blockchain itself is going to help all the processes. Now, if you look into the record keeping per se, we are talking about records, the certifications, all right, the diploma, the transcript record, the TOR, the report cards, Form 137, Form 138. You have various aspects of documents that you need to verify. Even as simple as, let's say, for example, the student card. You require the photos, and of course, if you have a barcode, all right, and everywhere need to be shown. So how about putting everything in a trusted, verifiable, immutable database? And that's typically what we want them to do. Just imagine you no longer need to, let's say, for example, print a paper, all right, need to do a mail merge, okay, need to put it in the envelope, need to wait for your graduate to come and collect, all right. Any kind of certification itself, you just need to digitalize these whole aspects of things. On the other end, what you actually have is the verifier. The verifier no longer need to receive a piece of paper and then try to figure out whether this is genuine or not. And the only way to verify these documents is actually to call the school. Oh, do you have a Ryan studying in an institution in year 2000? Now, typically your administrator can only say, "Bo, can you call back 20 minutes or 30 minutes later? I need to check my database." Isn't it? But how about changing the way how verification or validation is being done? We are really talking about now just scanning a QR code, dragging and drop of an electronic file, and get instant validation just like this. And that's how the possible use case in terms of the records, the certification, and credential verification comes in play. And that's the most important part as well. Now, the next important thing is because of the expanding massive online courses, all right? And that is a key things we're looking at, okay, that I will explain a little bit more. And of course, you're talking about the career advancement and skill set gap analysis. So as mentioned, today we are not just talking about the administration aspects of things. We are also looking at who is assessing this information. You have a lot of people that need to assess. You're talking about the students, you're talking about the teachers, your validator, your tester, your employer, all will need to actually do the verification. So just imagine me as Ryan, who just graduated in, say, for example, year 2000, all right? Over my pathway, I probably continue to get further education. Every time I further education, we still need to check on my previous education. We similarly still need to call your institution. And let's say, for example, if I get a first job, the employer also still need to check the education credential and still need to call the school. And you can see it become a compounding issue for a school because the number of graduates that you will have is only growing. And every time you need to do your administration work, it's only growing. So how to actually do this within only one time? By putting the records on blockchain, which is trusted, verifiable, immutable, so that any party can continue to verify this same information at ease. And that's exactly what blockchain is all about. Because they no longer need to go back and then your administrators still need to check on the same information over and over again because it's the same student, but the only thing that the various body will need to verify whether this is genuine or not. And that's typically shorten the whole verification process, and that increases efficiency aspects of things. So that's what we are looking at from a blockchain standpoint. The next thing that we look at is that expanding massive online courses. Now, this is a big thing, especially over the past 6 months itself. Because of the pandemic, most institutions are now moving online, or at least have partial or majority of their courses going online. Well, this might change, but this will definitely stay. Now, in terms of the online component that we're talking about, when we talk about massive, we talk about open registration, self-paced, the aspects of a learner having their own pace of picking up learning. Oh, I may be having a better way of learning during the morning, so I'm probably a morning learner. Oh, because I have to attend to my family, I'm better off when I study at night. Yes, the way of online courses provide the chance of a level playing field for everyone to gain the same knowledge. And that is why, although away from any form of online education aspects of things, Does it actually credit less, that the person put in less effort in terms of acquiring the same level of credits per se? The answer is no. But the key thing is that how do you actually put the same credits onto a recognizable, verifiable platform? And that is why blockchain comes in play. It becomes a straight away a level playing field for anyone who is genuinely trying to gain new knowledge to hop onto this platform of learning, but at the same time, not to worry that the credits, the courses that they attain, is not being recognized, or how is it verifiable, so to speak. So that is why eventually is to have a blockchain credentialing model at the back end, so that eventually when everyone complete the course, they're able to work on getting the course credits to be verifiable. And that's one of the key things we are looking at. So when it comes to massive online or open online courses, we are talking about scalability, we are talking about community and connection. So the best aspects of things, when you're able to scale this up, in your school, you're getting more people to actually get this information, and the recognition actually be there and established. And that is why your key thing is really getting a blockchain system on as well. So self-paced, important, recognizable, validatable, verifiable. That's what we are talking about in terms of online courses, so to speak. The next thing is that today in education, we are not just talking about the academic education. Education is always a lifelong perspective-wise, which translate into what we are talking about career advancement. There has always been a gap between education and career, or the workforce, so to speak, all right? Because your records are over the shop. From your basic education aspects of things, from your tertiaries, to your vocational trainings, all right, to your work experience, to your skills that you attain, from a short courses, and so on and so forth, your professional certs, your training, your passion, So how does all this can actually be stackable and create your own career path, which is one of the key things and important part of things, because all these records are over. I go to my professional training, I go for these training centers, is these records. Oh, okay. And I go with my second job, which is with my employer. And with when you interview for a new job, that candidate have to call this guy and call the other guy. And if your resume is long, which is not a bad thing, which means you probably show a lot of experience or passion of learning, all right, to gain different experience. But just imagine the HRN. They have to call every single one if you are really the chosen one to verify every single credential. End of the day, could it be a negativity? Then a positive. So we are looking at immediately, looking at one shot, your resume. Immediately, you're able to scan the QR code. Or eventually, you're talking about just dragging and drop your CV or resume onto a platform, and instantaneously, all this information get verifiable. Wouldn't it be good? So it makes life easier for yourself, because you no longer need to carry a file, a folder, with all those diploma, transcript, TOR, certifications, everything, and go for an interview. Just say, you want my verification, scan my QR code, and you're done. And that's exactly what we aim to do, okay? So why is it important to have all this information? As mentioned, this is a part of, are we ready for Industry 5.0? I think this is one of the key things we are looking at, because you can see industrialization has been moving forward. In the past, all right, it was actually almost 100 years before the next revolution actually comes in play. The second to third, you can see it's getting shorter. From the third to the fourth, it's even shorter. So we are talking about now a fourth industrial revolution. A lot of workforce is really not ready for it. So just imagine earlier on, when you're able to put all this information on blockchain, are you able to analyze what is the next, or potentially analyze what is next and what skill set you're short for, and eventually be able to get that skill set or knowledge and ready potentially for Industry 5.0. But as for now, when information is all over the shop, there's no way for any individual or any organization to be able to analyze this information and for you to be ready for the next wave. And that's typically what we want to do with blockchain technology, so that we get ready for the workforce and to be future ready. And that can only be worked on if we have enough data to analyze and so that we can get you prepared for the next wave. Wouldn't it be good if we know that, okay, for Industry 5.0, I today is a construction worker. I work hard. I'm now a supervisor. I work hard now. I'm a manager. Does that mean that I'm safe from a job? The answer may be no. Because of high productivity aspects of things, machine aspects of things that's coming in, AI. What is the next step of knowledge that I probably need to get myself equipped with so that, well, I improve and still keep a job? And that becomes very important in terms of the why blockchain, why data analytics comes into play. So as mentioned, we are really talking about skill set gap analysis that help every individual to analyze what is a gap. It needs to start from somewhere, and it starts from issuance of your knowledge, certification, diploma, TOR, professional certs, all these that we work out for a reason for skill gap analysis. So this is just an example, all right, where from Singapore, where you actually have what we call a skill passport, all right, when we are talking about the ability to gather all your information, be it technical or general skills, your certification, your licenses, all within a one-stop shop, so to speak. Okay, so that's typically what is happening, and that is something that we would like to equip everyone, having the ability to hold your own information at your own hand. So you can just imagine, all right. I understand that a lot of us actually like to work abroad, okay? But you can also imagine, if you need to actually carry all sorts of documentation, and when you get over the first job, when you go to your visa application, your verification of your foreign employer, and you can just imagine if one of your cert or one of your diploma is actually expired, and you're overseas, what happened? You are having difficulty to even going back to your original schools or institution to get it reprinted, so to speak. And if you just imagine, if they get to get reprinted and you can't go back to collect it, and you actually get them to mail over, all right. And the moment when you receive it, it's actually damaged. It's gone. But what happens if you can just verify the information just on the mobile, all right, and that's instantaneously able to verification aspects of things. This is a report that's by OECD, okay? That actually said something. I'm just going to read this out, okay, so that you actually get the whole idea. Blockchain in education, opportunities and challenges in an evolving credentialing ecosystem. The skills credentialing landscape is changing rapidly as the variety of learning experience increases, extending over the life course and no longer confined to traditional academic institutions and form of work-based training. Distributed ledger technology like blockchain brings new opportunity for individuals to self-manage and provide evidence of their learning records, and for employer to identify workers with the competency most needed. This is of special relevance for cross-border students and work mobility, and in light of the need for credentialing a broader set of skills for innovation. Okay, so you can see, even OECD itself is actually acknowledging putting in credentials, on blockchain, so that it actually helps a lot of people to own your own knowledge, set your own pace, and control your future. And that's ultimately what we aim to do in terms of coming in. Understand? So basically, all right, we are really looking about skill set analysis, okay, data analytics, and lifelong learning. So we are talking about course suggestions eventually, okay? So Edify, what we aim to do when you come on board, all right, is to deliver a holistic credentialing ensuring system with skill set analysis capability to future-proof the workforce. Your one-stop training center, and our aim is really talk about credentialing ensuring, then talk about smart CV builder, skill framework implementation, and eventually looking into career progression, upskilling, and reskilling. Okay, so that's typically the end of my session. I believe there's a lot of Q&A that's coming in. All right, so I'm definitely happy to take in the questions, so to speak.
All right.
With that, I end it. Certified, verified, dignified, be edified today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ryan. That was a lot of information to sift through. A couple of questions off of YouTube. Resource-wise, does it cost a lot to be able to implement this kind of technology for institutions that have limited resources? Again, going back to the idea that a lot of our educators are coming to us from the public school system in the Philippines, and budget is always a concern.
Yeah.
And so there is that that hurdle to kind of jump over.
Understand. Now, from a resource perspective wise, the key thing is that we are not changing the workflow aspects. You probably have your registrar team that encodes the information. You probably have someone who print up the cert. You probably have the registrar to do the final approval. You probably again have your finance to really, before releasing, to check whether there's any due or administration due. So in our system itself, we replace all this, and it's just uploading an Excel sheet. And there's probably the finance or the main registrar will just approve, and you are done. And that's the resource that we're talking about. So we have not really talked about the manpower resources replacement. Same goes to the financial cost. We are in this perspective wise, the cost reduction they are talking about is really about replacement of your physical printing. No more buying of physical paper, mail merge, the time. All right, no more envelopes, no more delivery, courier. So it's a replacement cost. So from both a financial and human resource, it's equivalent, and yet you increase the productivity and efficiency and lesser of error aspects of things.
Okay, all right. Well, that's I'm sure that's good news to a lot of educators. You were talking about codes a while ago. So do these kinds of, question off of YouTube, do these kinds of codes have an expiry? You mentioned earlier that it's immutable. Does that mean that it's tamper-proof?
Correct. Okay. So from a blockchain aspects of things, the records are tamper-proof. So the data ownership belongs to the learner and the issuing authority. Okay. So from the learner perspective or the recipients, they are able to control the sharing mechanism. So which means that they can actually be able to control. I only want to share my credentials, my diploma, and TOR within 7 days to a third party. And after that, the time expiry lapse. So you are eventually able to control that as well. Obviously, if you don't put in a time expiry, then it's for public sharing. Then obviously there's a direct access, and that's tamper-proof. Yes.
Okay, all right. Last question from YouTube. How can blockchain be integrated into existing learner management systems?
Okay. From blockchain itself, in terms of system, first of all, the system, let's say for example, Edify, we are API ready, which means that your learning management system, you already have all the designated information that the blockchain system need. First name, last name, the course details, all right, the issue date, the completion or start date or expiration date. All this information already exists in LMS or SMS or whichever management system they're using. So you will do either an export into Excel and then import into my system, that's one. Or second, do an API integration, which means you don't even need to do anything, just click import into Edify. And then obviously the final approval, you want to integrate the approval process in your system, that's also done as well. So we are able to actually do that, and that's the integration portion.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Ryan. It's incredible how technology has come both as a challenge and an opportunity to us as we pivot towards new methods of instruction, assessment, and application. So thank you so much for sharing.
Welcome.
Okay, up next, we'd like to introduce our first paper presentation for the day. Please welcome Mr. Marco Mandap, who is here to present his research paper on cyber learning. Welcome.
Thank you very much for that introduction. Can you hear me now? Am I clear?
Yes,
Okay.
You're coming in clear, Marco. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so today I'll be discussing all about the cyber learning, the extent of learning management system usage, and its influence on student engagement. Okay, so let's talk about LMS usage and student engagement, okay, as an introduction. So recently, technology has been advancing rapidly, and it has become necessary to use technology in the education sector. So because of this, it has become essential to reorganize the education sector, because nowadays, we've been experiencing this type of pandemic and we're not prepared about it. Okay? The needs of both students and teachers are also changing. Teachers need to prepare time in their lecture notes in the most effective way and in the shortest time, because we have connection problems here in the Philippines. For the students, the requirement has been to remove the time and space concept, and encourage them to self-study. Then the educational institutions, on the other hand, are seeking to provide the maximum level of education with a minimum level of investment. Right now, because all of us are caught unprepared, sometimes institutions really proceed to the really economical way of teaching or encouraging students in online learning. As mentioned by Canvas 2015, learning management system seems to be at the top of latest technological advancements that satisfies all the requirements of teachers and students. So academic achievement, one of the usual variables in the educational research, is believed to link in student engagement. So various studies show that students are more engaged when LMS is used, just as mentioned by Williams and Whiting 2016. So this claim correlated in an earlier study of Bohan 2014, which stated that there is an improvement in the student engagement and response to learning in higher education. So learning management systems offer incorporated program for instructive materials, convenience, and administration of learning. So before they're just used for repository purposes. We upload files as teachers, okay? Then students try to access these files for themselves. Then we try to implement this flipped classroom setting. But okay, there is a required cautious assessment in choosing the best LMS for utilization. So assessment is a general issue in the electronic training, just as mentioned by Canvas 2013. Another paper investigated the utilization of online learning administration frameworks, so its advantages and its restrictions in connection to its coveted qualities of a perfect personalized integrated educational system, or PIES, for the data age, which is mentioned by Yildirim et al. 2014. Although LMS, okay, as we know it, undoubtedly provides opportunities for educational improvements and can efficiently facilitate online distance learning. So this enthusiasm can mask problematic consequences or preconditions, which in effect can sift out who may become included or who may not be. So this boils down to what we call the digital divide, because not all of the students have access in internet, okay, especially here in the Philippines. They have struggles in connection, they have struggles with lags, the noisy environment around them, and the current educational model that people would like to reintroduce to us is not very inclusive for all of us. Okay, so some people cannot afford to buy gadgets to actually learn and facilitate and teachers for facilitation of learning, and some others just use modular types of learning. Okay, that's an alternative one. So as the statement of the problem, so to what extent do the students measure the utilization of the learning management systems features, so which was mentioned in my paper. So there are a lot of components inside the LMS. Then how may student engagement be described in terms of, first is psychological motivation, then peer collaboration, cognitive problem solving, then interactions with instructors. Okay, I think there are then community support and learning management. Then the third one explains that, does the extent of LMS utilization significantly influence the student engagement? And lastly, what implications may be drawn based on the findings of the study? Okay, next. So the research design that I use is a descriptive correlational research design. So in here, so I use a questionnaire, okay, but will be discussed later. So the respondents of the study were selected from the senior high school students enrolled in a school located in Metro Manila, taking STEM specialized subjects, which are selected via systematic sampling design. So to minimize the risk of bias, the researcher used the G-Power analysis software to compute for the required sample size. So the research instrument for this study is a self-made LMS usage survey student engagement questionnaire by Lee, Song, and Hong. Okay. First is the LMS usage survey that was based on the usage of Canvas. Okay. Next, so we go to the results and discussion. So first one is, I showed the overall extent of utilization of the learning management system, which featured the following features of the LMS, which are home, announcements, assignments, discussion, gradebook, people, pages and modules, files, syllabus, conferences, inbox, calendar, and account. So the following components were measured and were found out to have moderate to beyond moderate usage. So it means that students really use the following components, okay, in terms of their online classes, okay, and as well as teachers, they also use this. So next. So as we saw that students use the following components. So there is also what you call the presence of student engagement inside the learning management system. So there is what you call the psychological motivation, peer collaboration, cognitive problem solving, and interactions with instructors, community support, and learning management. So each of which have also scores that are interpreted to have moderate and beyond moderate level of usage. So the highest one is 3.88, which is peer collaboration, meaning that students are able to collaborate with each other inside the learning management system. And also, they have also learning management. So it means that they are able to schedule their tasks ahead of time. Next. So as for the results of the regression analysis, which was answered in the statement of the problem number 3. Okay, so we get this table. So in here, I predicted or I analyzed which of the following components of the learning management system have the ability to influence student engagement. And it turns out that there are 5 variables that can, 5 predictors of student engagement in terms of the components of the learning management system. So results of the regression analysis in table 23 revealed that the table revealed that 13 predictors of student engagement. So only 5 are significant, which are announcements, discussions, people, inbox, and calendar. So this indicates that for every unit increase in the frequency of messaging and organized scheduling, so student engagement could generate an increase of 1.134 and 0.873, okay, respectively. So however, for every unit increase in announcements, discussions, and interaction with people or interacting with people, student engagement tends to decrease by 1.248, 1.081, and 1.657 respectively. So those remaining 3 that were mentioned have negative effects on the student engagement. So the analysis of the beta coefficients revealed that 5 of the significant variables, so inbox appeared to be the best predictor of student engagement, because in inbox, the students here message the instructor in terms of what they're going to do regarding the course, okay, followed by calendar. So the results of the analysis of variance of the regression of the extent of usage of learning management system on the total student engagement revealed an F ratio of 4.300, significant at 0.05 alpha. So this means that the 13 components of the learning management system jointly influence the total student engagement in the online setting, okay? But the best predictors were the following components of the LMS. Positive predictors, which include inbox and calendar, okay? And then the remaining are the announcements, discussion, and interaction with people. So similar results were also produced by various researchers. And however, Neva et al. Said that institutions of higher education have invested heavily on learning management systems for creating course websites. And so these are very costly. So results in discussion of the study include the following. So students have shown a beyond moderate extent of usage of the institution's learning management system. So it could be further improved if the managers of the learning management system focus more on promoting the awareness of using the LMS, because not all of the faculties were oriented on using it, or they may be oriented in using it, but they're not actually competent in terms of really facilitating classes using the learning management system that was mentioned, as well as providing an improved, okay, let me go back to that other slide. Okay, improved technical support system to both the faculty and the students, because sometimes there is a present problem of technical issues in the learning management system. Next is the level of online student engagement among student respondents. It suggests that students use the learning management system beyond a moderate extent, and it means that they're using it properly. Okay, But okay, where's my slide? Let me just continue that. Okay, so it is highly suggested that instructors in the institutions should adapt and attend training that involves a game-based learning approach. So this is a personal suggestion of mine. So this may help to level up the LMS usage to a great extent, because in the LMS that we're currently using, it's more of a unlock system. So whenever students finish a particular module, so another module would be unlocked. So a game-based learning approach could help that, because of the, what do you call this? The achievement type learning. So they need to finish everything first before proceeding. Okay. Then lastly, messaging students and setting schedules in the LMS increase their engagement on the platform. So however, announcements, discussions, and people negatively affect their level of engagement. So it is highly recommended that the information dissemination through the LMS should be redesigned in such a way that it motivates students, because sometimes announcements tend to be very negative. They have negative effects on students. So also, discussions should become more interactive, and more features should feature socialization inside the LMS. But this was addressed recently in the institution where I'm working on, because they now implement these interactive discussions, and wherein there are also check-ins, so we can know when students are not feeling okay or when they are feeling good about something. Then for the conclusions of my study, where's that? Okay. So in light of the findings of the study, the following conclusions were drawn. So learning management systems are mostly used for file repository, posting assignments, announcements, and creating lesson pages or modules. Then number 2, to cope with the requirements of the course, students tend to collaborate with their peers in the cyber learning course. So which was shown that in the peer collaboration part, so students really collaborate with their peers or classmates in terms of learning the topics that were posted in the learning management system. Number 3, we have the extent of usage of learning management systems significantly influences student engagement in online courses to a certain extent. So there are some negative influence and there are also positive influences that were shown. Then, in order to increase the engagement of the students in the online platform for education, one must devote time to answering student concerns as well as the setting of events ahead of time. So since calendar and inbox have positive influences, so teachers must devote time answering the queries of students, because this helps them to be really engaged in the online classroom setup. So that's all for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marco. Just a few questions from our participants. Do you have any intentions of carrying this over into a causal study in the future?
Yes, I'm planning to, because actually the scope of this study is just small, but I'm planning to conduct it in an institutional level scale, because this is just a part of the institution, so it only focus on STEM students. But I don't know the perspectives yet of other strands in senior high school or in the college perspectives. So it's kind of really hard to say that these are really the legitimate results unless we really conduct it on a bigger scale.
That's true. And so another question is, was this study conducted in private institutions or public schools, or was it a combination of both?
This study was conducted in a private setting, because this was conducted before the pandemic surge. Okay? The institution where I'm working on is already implementing this type of learning management system, and it was kind of underused because it already exists, but no one really cares. It's just there, but no one really appreciates the presence of that learning management system. But right now, teachers were woken up in terms of realizing the importance of these learning management systems, and we're actually kind of lucky because we have this tool that can help us in terms of facilitating learning now in the midst of the pandemic.
Okay. Now a series of questions. Now they're all related, so I'm going to deliver them all together, so maybe you can address them at the same time. But from you two, would your recommendations for LMS usage be the same if we are to bring them to the attention of our public school officials? Would you modify these for government use? And also, do you have any specific recommendations when it comes to implementing virtual classes if teachers aren't properly trained yet?
Okay. Right now there are lots of methods that were made by the public sector in terms of facilitating learning in public schools. So I would definitely change my recommendations for that because this study was conducted before the pandemic. But right now in the in the midst of the pandemic, in the new normal, so some things have changed. Okay, and teachers were really caught off guard, and the education sector was really shocked about this development in our world, and no one really wanted this pandemic. And right now, to give you a particular example, in Pampanga, the governor has already implemented through the Public Information Office the aid to public teachers. So this personnel inside the inside the what do you call this, the Public Information Office help teachers, public school teachers, to create videos and to broadcast their content. The teachers only pass their modules, their created modules. Then the PIO people are serves as the curators and the creators of their videos, and they only submit scripts and whatever revisions that they want. So after that, they only deliver them. Then they upload it to their respective platforms.
Okay, so just a really quick a really quick summary. So the study was conducted pre-COVID.
Yes.
And given the extent and the necessity, as well as the demographic, the vast demographic that the Philippines has in terms of education sector, your recommendations would shift a little bit for the public school system.
Yes, because as I said before, learning management systems are not that inclusive because we have the problem of digital divide here in the Philippines. And in terms of connection, we really need to upgrade in terms of networking because the connection in the Philippines is kind of slow compared to other countries.
So bringing it back to the study, how does your study align with Moore and Meyer's frameworks of student engagement?
Come again? I didn't hear the question very well.
How does your study align with Moore and Meyer's frameworks for student engagement?
Moore and Meyer's framework. Actually, I use a different framework for that, and I'm not really familiar with the framework that was suggested, but I'm kind of looking into it because this framework that I used was just based on the current model of student engagement by Lee Song and Hong, which was used in my questionnaire. So I modeled my questionnaire in terms of their study. So which said that those following 6 factors that I have discussed, which are excuse me, psychological motivation, peer collaboration, cognitive problem solving, interactions with instructors, and community support, learning management, were just the measures of student engagement. So there are lots of actually measures of student engagement, but I think this one really fits because this study was conducted back in 2019.
Okay, so it's still quite relevant. Last question.
Yeah.
Last question. How do you operationalize student engagement? Is it the same thing as motivation?
Yes. I kind of agree with that because in my classes, whenever I discuss the lessons, okay, whether it's synchronous or asynchronous, okay, I always try to innovate something new. So I use green screens. I watch streamers in FB, those who are implementing gaming, because those people really have something to offer, and we can rarely see people innovate something like that. So why not implement it in the classroom setting? So I think it's more creative and it's more entertaining for students to see that their teacher is really trying hard to facilitate that type of delivery that was not really that was unorthodox, okay, in some kind of way, because frankly, students have this stereotypical view of online classes where the teacher only sends the requirements like a flipped classroom setting. But well, in fact, if you invest on But if you invest on equipment, okay, if you invest on proper internet connection, I think you could pull it off. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And it does tie in with the whole theme of this morning of that multidisciplinary approach to things and innovation, looking towards what motivates our students now, which is very different from what motivated us back in the day, and trying to tap into that and integrate it into education. Thank you so much for your presentation, Mr. Mandap. It was a great way to end our session.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
So thank you as well to all of our viewers, especially those who have been here since day one. Before we kick off our afternoon session, we'd like to give a couple of reminders. We will be sending the evaluation forms for both days 1 and 2 this afternoon, and this will give you the chance to win some goodies from Lenovo, a deluxe office chair, a 3-tier teaching trolley with supplies and learning materials, and a set of 2 premium bullet journals. Both day 1 and day 2 evaluations are needed to claim your e-certificate. Thank you. We'll see you again at 1:30. Have a wonderful lunch. Right there. Shut the heart like this. Not working? Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the National Conference on Higher Education 2020, Future Careers and Curriculum Development. I hope you've all had an enjoyable lunch. And before we kick off the afternoon session, we'd like to give a couple of reminders. We'll be sending the evaluation forms for both day 1 and day 2 this afternoon, and this will give you the chance to win some goodies from Lenovo, a deluxe office chair, a 3-tier teaching trolley with supplies and learning materials, and a set of 2 premium bullet journals. Both day 1 and day 2 evaluations are needed to claim your e-certificates. So please make sure you fulfill the evaluation forms for both days. Thank you very much. As we enter the afternoon session, I have the privilege to introduce Ms. Doris Naval, who is Head of Access and Community Engagement of the Knowledge Channel. She will be moderating this panel, which focuses on teacher training in the next normal. Thank you. Joining Ms. Doris will be Mr. Gino Luayon, Network Manager of Teacher Education Network, Matt Keener, Cultural Attaché for the American Embassy, as well as Ms. Justine Eleanor Ragas, Workforce Development Director for PBED. Ms. Doris, if you could turn your camera on, that would be great. And we could begin the afternoon session. It's all yours, Ms. Doris.
Okay, good afternoon mga kapamilya. And ladies and gentlemen, we're all here for a reason. And that's because all of us conduct teacher training sessions. I would assume that's our common denominator. And this afternoon, we've been asked to deliver 7-minute presentations. I'd like everyone to try to keep to that time limit, 7 minutes, to answer several questions. What the challenges are we faced during online teacher training, and what solutions we offer, and which can in effect become best practices later on. So I'd like to start with myself. I'm with the Knowledge Channel Foundation, and I think most of you know or have heard of the channel or while surfing television. We're not just a channel, we're actually a foundation. We're a nonprofit foundation, 21 years old, organized in 1999. Next slide, please. This is our ecosystem. We develop multimedia learning resources, in other words, video lessons, and as well as digital materials for K-12, all based on the DepEd curriculum. And with funding that we raise from the private and public sectors, we give public schools access to our programs through various platforms, but mainly through on-demand platforms, through our portable media libraries and Knowledge TV, which functions much like Netflix. And of course, we're also into professional development of teachers and superintendents, which is actually the subject for the day. As to the impact of our interventions for the past 20 years, we have impacted on the learning outcomes of the children or of the students. Of course, they have improved as long as the students use the programs view the programs regularly because, as I mentioned, they're all based on the DepEd curriculum. Next slide, please. We have developed over the years more than 1,500 educational videos. I think, hands down, we're probably we have the largest library of local materials, meaning all of our materials are contextualized, localized, culturally sensitive, and suited to the Filipino child, which is why I think they have been so effective, unlike some other materials which are, of course, which have foreigners as their subjects. Next slide, please. The subject for today will be our prime program for teacher training. It's called Learning Effectively Through Enhanced and Evidence-Based Pedagogies. We have trained since 2013 over 10,000 educators all over the country from about 2,500 schools. Of course, this was face-to-face teacher training, right? And this was very interactive, a lot of hugging, a lot of screaming, a lot of activities actually, which made the teachers really quite alert. And we believe that when participants or teachers have fun, then they learn more. Together with this 3-day training workshop, we give away portable media libraries with our videos and our electronic learning materials to each school, one for each school. Next slide, please. So since COVID, the DepEd has developed several learning modalities. I think all of you know this, but President Duterte said that only face-to-face was not allowed, so which just left distance learning. All the other 3 were canceled. Fortunately, distance learning comes with television, and it's television, radio, and video based. Next slide, please. So what we have done is implement the LEAP, or the Learning Effectively Through Enhanced and Evidence-Based Pedagogies, online. And so far, we've had 2 during this time of COVID. And the training objectives are these: to understand learners and how they function in the new normal, to unpack what's called the most essential learning competencies, which I think most of you know is the shortened version of the learning competencies of the Department of Education. And then, of course, we explored ways of using our videos constructively together with a learner-centered classroom. And so a session had to do with parents and engaging stakeholders to be teaching and learning partners during this new normal. Actually, I don't even call it a new normal. I call it the abnormal. This is a sample. No, you can go back. This is a sample of our curriculum, our syllabus. It was a combination of synchronous and asynchronous sessions. The synchronous sessions were held in the morning, and the asynchronous were held in the afternoon. Oh, by the way, at this point, I'd like to introduce a colleague of mine, Jomar Villanueva. He's actually the one who was on top of implementing all of this, and it took literally months of preparation and blood, sweat, and tears to put this in place. Jomar, hello. Thanks for being here.
Hi, hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Jomar will interrupt me if he thinks I'm going wrong. In any case, you can read on the slide what the sessions were. It was a combination of teaching teachers, or sharing our knowledge on how to teach with technology and media, and how to unpack the MELC's competencies. At the end of the workshop seminar, we had a breakout session and the teachers actually presented their lesson plans using distance education and what we call the new normal. Next slide, please. So I said we have held 2 so far. The first one was, believe it or not, in Mindanao, in South Cotabato, which we know to be very, very behind in terms of digitalization or internet service. But somehow Jomar and his team managed with flying colors, I must say. We had 294 participants from 98 schools. It was funded by the Department of Education, South Cotabato, and the LGU, done in 2 batches of 49 schools each. And we used Google Meet for synchronous sessions. We used Facebook as a coordinative mechanism for all of the teachers so they could field in their questions and the coordination could be perfect. And we used AHA slides and Google Jam board for activities. Next slide, please. The second online teacher training was actually sponsored by 6 Rotary clubs, and it involved 9 schools, a total of 135 participants. And these schools were mainly from Metro Manila and 1 from Pangasinan. Again, we used Google Meet and Facebook and AHA slides. Next slide, please. I think the next slides are the most important ones. These are the ones all of us in this room are supposed to answer in our presentation. So what were the challenges? Expectedly, the slow internet connection. The slow internet connection made it truly difficult, especially because Mindanao is, as I mentioned earlier, a little backward in terms of their internet service. So it made it difficult for some participants to stay during the synchronous sessions, because if your connection isn't good, then it's hard enough actually with a normal or with a good connection. But when it's bad and when you go off the air for several minutes or seconds and then you lose track, it's just easy to just leave the room, right? And then some places experienced brownouts, which meant that we had to adjust our schedules to the brownouts. Fortunately, we were informed in advance of the brownouts. And then, of course, the teachers lacked equipment. But what was done there for online training was they gathered the teachers who were literally from the mountain schools, what they call the last mile schools, brought them to the city. Jomar, where was this? Kidapawan?
It was all around South Cotabato po, but mostly yes, in Kidapawan po,
Okay.
were the ones that didn't have internet connections.
Yeah, so they were housed. They were brought to Kidapawan, to the city, and they were housed by that bed, and they were in one room, and they just had a huge screen to monitor. Some applications which were used were not familiar with the participants, and all the coordination was done virtually. Participants are still looking, of course, for face-to-face training. I think as human beings, we naturally look for fellow humans. It's so different, really, right? I mean, it's so challenging to go online because there's no reaction from the other side. And for those who feed off the energy of the audience or participants, it's really, really hard. But we have to embrace this, as they say, and try to do our best. Next slide, please. Remedies. So what did Jomar do? Actually, we did conduct debriefings of both online teacher training sessions, and were able to get feedback also from the participants. Remedies. All the 3-day synchronous sessions were recorded so that the participants could be given a chance to go back and listen in for the second time, or if they missed it for the first time. So they were recorded. Knowledge Channel, we requested that they could join the training with the right equipment and internet connection. Now, actually, when we organize or conduct such sessions, we try to ensure that the internet connection is good, because otherwise it's really pointless to conduct it. And then Facebook chat groups were very, very good for coordination purposes. And Facebook features allowed Knowledge Channel to give links and apps to all of the participants that were used. So they got to view these in advance. Next slide, please. What do we consider best practices in these 2 very, very fulfilling experiences? I think Jomar didn't sleep for like 10 days or something. What's very necessary is a needs assessment. We, of course, did this prior to the conduct of the workshop seminar. I participated in 2 of them, those that had to do with the Rotary sponsored schools. So a needs assessment together with the participants, creation of Facebook or chat groups. Because actually, even in the regular work that Knowledge Channel does, the most popular coordination mechanism is Facebook. No one answers email in this country. It's really all Facebook. And then share links. We shared links that will be used in the training in advance so that it gave a chance to the participants to ask Knowledge Channel questions about the materials. And they were very, very excited. You can understand how excited the South Cotabato participants were because the educators from the provinces very, very seldom get a chance to receive this kind of training. So I think that's my last slide. And Jomar and I are open to questions. Unless, open to, let's do it this way. Since I'm the moderator and maybe I rule for the next hour, and so we don't forget also what the topics are or were, I'll entertain questions right after each one's presentation. So if anyone has a question, but if you want to ask also at the end of the 4 presentations, that's fine with me. Was that 7 minutes? Rina, who's timing me? I tried for 7 minutes.
Hi, Ms. Doris. Yes, that was perfect. Thank you. So we have a question actually for you about some of Knowledge Channel Foundation's initiatives, and particularly when it comes to geographical or like logistical part of disseminating these materials. So you'd mentioned before that like you would pre-record or like you would record some of these sessions, etc., so that they can be shared. So someone in our YouTube audience is asking, how did you deal sort of with the archipelagic nature of the Philippines, where everything takes like so long to get places? Yeah.
It's a do or die situation actually. I want to make bato that question to Jomar because he's the man of the hour. Jomar.
Yes, hello. To answer that question, one of the things that Miss Doris was able to mention was that we did needs assessments. So we knew what to do in terms of delivering physical copies. So we had LEAP manuals for them, supplemental materials, as well as the external hard drives that will be given to each school. For South Cotabato, we were able to deliver that weeks before. So they're able to receive the packages before the training started. But because of the pandemic, that didn't happen also. But we still tried to for those materials to reach them on time. For the online materials, for the run with the Rotary schools, we applied our learnings from the first online training. So what we did was we didn't print anymore. So we the only things that we delivered were the external hard drives that had our videos and games. What we did was everything was online already. All the manuals and the documents all online. So it was through Google Drive. So it was easier for the teachers, especially the recordings also were in the Google Drive. So there's just this one folder for all of them to go to, which they can access whenever whenever they get the chance to have good internet.
Okay. Actually, the one of the services that is suffering during this COVID is the courier service. And whereas it used to take us only a couple of days, 3 days at the most, to send things to Mindanao, now it took, I think, 3 weeks. Even if we sent the hard drives or our portable media libraries way in advance, some of them were actually late in getting that. Any other questions?
Thank you, Ms. Doris and Jomar. So one last question before we proceed with the rest of the presentations, I think, since you're the boss today, Ms. Doris. So one question coming from our audience is, do you plan to expand these opportunities that the Knowledge Channel offers? Because I think right now you're involved mostly in K-12, right?
right? So would you be expanding that in the future as this new abnormal, quote unquote, kind of takes over our lives?
Most definitely. And funnily enough, but during this pandemic, we've become even more relevant than we were before because na nga of face-to-face encounters or teaching is not allowed. But like I mentioned, we're an NGO and we're directly dependent on the funds that come in. Unfortunately, the international NGOs have put COVID as their priority, getting rid of it, the vaccine and all that. So, but we're still trying to source funds from local sources and from people who still believe in us. So we do definitely want to expand and our services to as many islands, to as many divisions and schools as possible, and we will continue to do that because we are relentless and we know how important visual materials are. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Doris. So that's it for the questions from our audience.
Thank you. So for our next speaker, I have the pleasure to introduce Gino Luayon, Network Manager, Teacher Education Network. She will be presenting from the point of view of the Teacher Education Network. Ms. Luayon.
Hi.
Sorry, Gino.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
I'm trying to share my screen. Okay, I'll share my screen now. Thank you, Ms. Doris. And I like how you mentioned the power of Facebook and that nobody reads emails now, just Facebook.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, so I'm here to present to you teacher training in the new normal. First, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, fellow panelists, and good afternoon to those who are watching on YouTube. Could you say good afternoon to everyone? Okay, let's proceed. So I'm here to talk about teacher training in the new normal in 7 minutes. Okay, so we are, our group is called Teacher Education Network Philippines. And our guiding principle is to build a network of teachers helping teachers. And I'm also currently the vice principal of Everest Academy Manila International School. So why did we form Teacher Education Network, and why is this our solution to the teacher education in the new normal? Well, before that, I would like to have an interactive experience with the audience. If you could, all those on YouTube, if you could just go to menti.com and type 1179057. Okay. Those on YouTube, please, our participants, if you could just go to menti.com and then the code is 1179057. 11750. Okay. Are you there already? 1179057. So I'd like to share my screen now and ask, okay, we have one, we have two. Okay, in that we post a question, what for you is the primary characteristic of an effective professional development session? So we have 3 participants now who are, okay, 6, 5 participants now here, 7. It's a growing number. Come on, join us. So the choices are A, it helps me have a sustainable plan. B, it's relevant to my situation. C, it makes me apply strategies. And D, it is highly interactive. $22, $23. I'll stop when we reach 50. Come on, guys, join. What for you is the primary characteristic of an effective professional development session? Wow, there are many participants here now. The code is 1179057. 52. Okay, so our participants say that um, the primary characteristic of an effective professional development session is it helps them have a sustainable plan. And second is it makes me apply strategies. Third is it's relevant to my situation. And fourth, it is highly interactive. Actually, these four are the characteristics of an effective professional development session, whether it's synchronous or asynchronous. So thank you for participating. At the end of my presentation, we have another mentee that we can share, we can talk about. Okay, I'll continue with my presentation. So once again, we are Teacher Education Network Philippines. We build a network of teachers helping teachers. When we were planning to put up this group, we were trying to address three things: to help teachers fight isolation, and to help teachers build a network, and of course, give teachers a voice. Why fight isolation? You know, even if you are a teacher, you interact with students 4 hours to sometimes 6 hours in a day, you are alone in the classroom. And when you get to the faculty room, you're already tired. You probably don't engage in much conversation. So each teacher is isolated. And of course, we realize that successful organizations are networks. No? They are not like actually hierarchies, but are networks of one group reaching out to the other, okay, one group collaborating with other groups. And of course, we want to give teachers a voice through the network. So we started our very first event in 2017 called the Technology and Education Summit Philippines, okay, in 2017. And that was in Crimson Hotel in Alabang. Okay, and then we have, I think, around 300 participants. So we said, wow, that was a successful event. No? So that's the time also that we introduced the network. And then we had other events. In 2017, we have what is called TNG, or Teachers of the New Generation. We had another event called Next Education Execution for Teachers. Okay, so these are conferences in hotels and halls. Okay, and then in 2018, we had another Technology and Education Summit. And then we had Teach, this time a conference in collaboration with Rotary. And then in 2019, we had Teach again, a collaboration with Rotary. And then we started with our new normal in 2019, even before webinars or conferences, online conferences were the norm. In 2019, in July 12, 2019, we launched the Teacher Education Network Tambayan called 10 Bayan. And little did we know that this learning through online, building a group of a network of teachers would become a commonplace now. So we more or less were a pioneer in online learning. And of course, we used the most successful social media platform there is, called Facebook. Who doesn't? The question now is, who has? We don't ask who has a Facebook account. Now we ask who doesn't have a Facebook account, right? Everybody's on Facebook. So we started in July 12, and since then we had season 1 in 2019, and then we had season 2 in 2020. During the pandemic, during the lockdown, on April, we started our season 2. It's on Facebook. So what are usually the topics in our 10 Bayan, no? Hashtag 10 Bayan? Well, we normally talk about teaching strategies, learning modalities. We also talk about technology integration. We also share some research results wherein we invited those taking their postgraduate to present their papers, and we talk about it, and we sometimes even give them tips. A look at some of the titles of our episodes, of our 20 episodes, all available on Facebook, will tell you more or less what kind of topics, what kind of sessions do we have at the Teacher Education Network on Facebook. Some titles are Teachers as Learning Leaders, Staying Positive in this Crisis, Untangling Webinars, which was our closing for season 2, Home is School, wherein we talked about homeschooling, Building a Community of Teachers, Wika, Kultura at Kasaysayan during the celebration of Buwan ng Wika. Let's talk about technology, opportunities in online teaching, implementing the learning continuity plan, quality quarantine time, teachers as leaders inside and outside the classroom. These are just some of the titles of our episodes, all available on Facebook. So what do? We invite experts. Sometimes you also invite other members of the network who can share a thing or two about pedagogy, technology, and then of course, current research. Okay, so I'm down to my last 2 slides. I'd like to go back now to our Mentimeter. Dear participants, if you could go to menti.com and go back to the code again, and we are going to see what for you makes for successful learning or professional development in the new normal. So if you could go to menti.com once again. So really the first question, they say that it must help them have a sustainable plan. And you know that a good professional development, it's not just your spur of the moment thing wherein, oh, let's attend this. It must be related to a plan. It must be relevant to your experience. It must help you apply strategies. And it should be, of course, highly interactive. So my second question is, after my presentation, because I'm down to my last 2 slides, including this, I'd like you now to ask yourself, what do you realize after the presentation? Or you could even use the information you got from Miss Doris, okay, about Knowledge Channel. Okay, what do you realize? So the choices are, I can participate in many professional development activities outside of my workplace. I am interested to find out more about groups that can support my development. I am in control of my own professional development. Keep your answers coming. Participants from YouTube, hello everyone. We have 443 participants now, and some, I think, are members of Teacher Education Network. When we reach 50, once again, we will stop and proceed to my last slide. Okay, it's a choice now between number 1, I'm interested to find out more about groups that can support my development, or I can participate in many professional development activities outside of my workplace. Okay, there's no right or wrong answer here. What we can see here now is teachers are owning, are now realizing that they can control, no? They can determine their own development. There are other opportunities outside, not just in their schools, especially now. Before, we would just have professional development activities in our own classrooms, in our own faculty rooms, in our own conference rooms, right? Now we know that to be successful in this new normal, or what Ma'am Doris said, the abnormal, we have to recognize that there are groups outside of our own schools, that we can build a network, and we can reach out to this network, and of course, help and share and participate in the conversation. So thank you for participating in the Menti. So number 1 is, I can participate in many professional development activities outside of my workplace. And now, for my last slide, after all of this, we can say that, well, in the network, we say everyone has something to share. We engage in a conversation like this, like what I'm doing right now, talking to the participants here, okay, and ask them, okay, because they can control their own development. We are Teacher Education Network Philippines, teachers helping teachers. See you on Facebook. That ends my presentation. Thank you. You're on mute, Ma'am Doris.
Thank you very much, Sir Dino. Funnily enough, it's the first time I've ever heard of 10, but I shall susubaybayan ko kayo because we
Thank
are
you.
really into teacher training.
Thank
Very
you.
impressive what you've done. So at this point, I'd like to ask the audience if you have any questions. Okay, Sir Dino he'd be more than happy to answer them.
Hi, Miss Doris. This is Cherry. From
Hi,
the
Cherry.
YouTube channel, there is a question for Sir Gino. How do you teach teachers classroom management online? How do you ask them to convey presence or discipline, students, etc.? All the things, all the factors that went into your traditional classroom management.
Thank you for that question. Okay, what we tell the teachers is it's not simply translating your classroom practices to online practices. It's not what I used to do in the classroom, I'll do virtually. Okay, we have to understand that the engagement with the students is really different with this platform. Yeah. So to discipline them, you cannot make them all of you stand up. You cannot do that anymore. Like Ma'am Doris, remember our own education we're in. Okay, all of you stand up, face the wall, or stand at the back, and things like that. We cannot do that anymore. And besides, we shouldn't. We shouldn't do that, even if it was actual in-person teaching. So there must be more creative ways to help and guide the students in engagement. In fact, there's this study, that we shouldn't force our students, now that we're doing this online, virtual, we shouldn't force our students to turn on their cameras. And we have to understand that if they're not in the mood and they're experiencing some challenges or even their own connection challenges, so we cannot tell them or penalize them if their cameras are off. Okay, we can simply tell them, it's better to be engaged when your camera is on. I get to see you, I get to communicate to you. So our classroom management is different because the platform is online, and there are several things that we cannot do online that we used to do with the traditional. In fact, one thing that they're saying is we cannot have our pen and paper tests wherein you distribute your papers and your students answer the tests, objective type of test. So what should be now the mode? We should be more creative in determining what works best with those students. And you know what works best? They're at home, right? They have their parents with them. We establish a partnership or a collaboration with the parents. Tell the parents, I'm sorry, I think your daughter or son has not turned in his work. I think your daughter or son is not participating in the discussions. Maybe you can encourage him. So there, we have to really ask the help of those who are there with them face to face to help us. Of course, the teaching cannot really be entirely done by the parents. So we look for ways, we have to be innovative. I hope I answered that question.
Really a brand new world.
Hi, Ms. Doris, Mr. Gino. Yes, I'm going to lump these two questions together because it is about 10. So participants are asking whether 10 is exclusive or not and how teachers would be able to join, and whether the teacher trainings hosted by 10 are free.
They're all free. You go to Facebook now, they're up there. You just watch them. Okay. If you want to be a member, send us a message. Go to Facebook, Teacher Education Network Philippines. If you want to join us, just send us a message if you want to participate. And in the old normal, or in the real normal, right, Ma'am Doris? In the real normal.
Okay. normal. In the normal.
Okay, in the normal. What we usually did was, if you register and participate in our conferences, you have to register, right? Your registration automatically makes you a member of the network. And your next attendance, we give you a discount. And if you are actively participating in the network, we even invite you to speak. Some of those participants that you will watch, that you get to see on Facebook, were former participants, or they just attended the webinar, and then because of their interest, we said, we all have something to share. What can you share? And we tap them. So it's you just join us, go to Facebook, send us a message, and then we will make we have a database. We can include you in the list of teachers part of the network, and then we can ask you, what can you share? What topics can you talk about? And then we'll give you a platform through the network. We all have something to share, right, Ms. Doris?
I'm sure the wealth of experiences everyone has, both from public and private schools. So can we go on to the next speaker, Ms. Cherry, or do we have another question?
We can move on, Ms. Doris, but it's up to you.
Okay.
You're the boss.
Okay. Well, I like being boss. Okay, let's go to the third speaker then. It's my pleasure to introduce an American friend of ours. His name is Matt Keener, the cultural attaché from the American Embassy. And he's going to speak on the U.S. Embassy's support for flexible learning in the Philippines. Matt, take it away.
Good afternoon, Ms. Doris. Thank you very
Hello.
much for the introduction. Sherry as well. Gino, thank you. It's a pleasure to be part of this panel this afternoon. Thank you so much for having me. As the Cultural Affairs Officer here in Manila at the U.S. Embassy, we run a whole lot of different programs. One of my primary responsibilities is to deepen and strengthen people-to-people ties between the United States and the Philippines. Within those programs, a lot of the work that we do focuses on education programs, on expanding educational partnerships between the United States and the Philippines, on developing teachers, students, strengthening educational exchange. It's one of my great passions. And it's one of these things that over the last several years, working with our partners at the Department of Education, at the Commission on Higher Education, as well as through the many programs that we offer through our American Corners and spaces around the country, we've developed a foundation of amazing partners, of different initiatives and programs that when coronavirus hit, provided additionally an outstanding platform for supporting the Philippines as we navigate into this. I think we've now arrived at the new abnormal normal, and figuring out how to support teachers, students, and the Philippines in general as we try to educate in this strange new world. I'm going to bounce through several different programs and initiatives that we currently offer that have provided opportunities for teachers specifically in the Philippines to gain training opportunities, develop their skills, and for to engage and continue to engage and build their capacity in this virtual environment. The first one I'm going to talk about is on the screen now. You see it's massive open online courses. The U.S. Embassy here in the Philippines has developed a robust network of massive open online courses. And in fact, the Philippines itself is a truly unique country. We call them MOOCs in the MOOC world, in that we have found basically unprecedented enthusiasm amongst Filipino teachers specifically for these MOOC opportunities and training opportunities. Now, massive open online courses are courses designed by US universities or other universities around the world that are put online, and people can take them, sign up for them and take them on their own. Or what we found here is a lot of these MOOCs are being offered as MOOC camps, where a facilitator who's an expert in these MOOCs or taken the MOOCs before ends up facilitating the course and navigating it with its participants. Next slide, please. In the Philippines alone, over the last several years, we have had offered more than 25 massive open online courses with more than 20 university partners, and more than 30,000 Filipinos have taken part in these MOOCs. Specifically, we've seen a huge interest in the Philippines amongst English teachers in the Philippines, as this massive American English online MOOC community has developed in the Philippines with all sorts of outstanding Filipino teachers that are facilitating and leading these MOOCs. Through the State Department, we actually have a special tailored set of MOOC courses specifically designed for strengthening teachers of English skills. These have been an amazing tool. We've had more than 21,000 teachers participate in these courses, and they continue today. Next slide, please. It didn't open up all the way. Okay, unfortunately, this slide is, oh, there it is. I don't think it's supposed to be popping in that way, but apologies. So these are These are several of the MOOC courses that we offer here specifically for English that people participated in. And you can see some of the different courses. Some of them are self-paced, some of them are using facilitated teachers here. And if you look at the two websites, the two URLs at the bottom of the screen there, these are how people can participate in these MOOCs. So if you're an English teacher in the Philippines, if you'd like to join this outstanding network of MOOC participants and MOOC facilitators. That's the way you can do it. They're incredibly popular courses, and no country participates in these like the Philippines does. We also have offered several MOOCs in other areas, some of them very teacher specific, some of them just kind of hobbyist courses. Next slide. So these are a couple of the other MOOCs that we've offered. You can see at the top there, that was another one for teachers specifically offered by the University of Michigan. We also do MOOC classes for entrepreneurship, for journalism. And the one at the bottom there was basically just a fun MOOC. It was a MOOC on the rise of the superheroes and how superhero culture has affected society and impacted pop culture and society. So these are amazing courses. They're out there for everyone. They're a fantastic thing to take advantage of as we continue to be stuck in quarantine as our home, looking for ways to expand our skills. Next slide. So the partnerships that we've developed with the Department of Education through both these MOOCs and other partnerships we've made with the Department of Education over the last several years to expand and strengthen English teaching in the Philippines have actually laid the foundation for our most recent project with the Department of Education, which is a education learning continuity project that we're launching right now as we speak. And this is a project specifically designed to support the Department of Education adapt to this new normal, figure out how to offer stronger curriculums in this flexible distance learning environment, help teachers keep students engaged, work with their students more effectively. We're bringing English language specialists from the United States. These are people who have graduate level degrees in teaching English as a second language or in pedagogy. And they're going to specifically develop courses just for the Department of Education that they're going to facilitate and provide to teachers throughout the Philippines to help them figure out how to engage with their students, particularly in areas where they have lack of access, poor internet connectivity, or lack of technological skills, and think about ways to keep students motivated, engage with their families. And what's made this really great is because of our partnership with the Department of Education, DepEd is even offering teachers credits, career professional development credits for participation in these courses, as they are actually with several of our English MOOC courses as well around the country. Next slide. Another program that we've offered year after year in the Philippines are English language fellow programs. These are programs where we bring English language experts from the United States to the Philippines to work over an extended period of time, usually 9 months, with a university in the Philippines and work specifically with teachers at that university on their education and educational skills and teaching skills, working with them on curriculum development, engaging students. This year, obviously, because we are unable to bring our fellows here to the Philippines, we've gone ahead and proceeded with the plans we had before coronavirus hit and are doing virtual English language fellows that are going to continue to engage with the universities you see right there virtually and continue to work with their teachers there, develop their teaching skills, and continue to work with these universities. The picture you see down the corner there is an English language fellow we had here this last year. He was actually the last exchange participant here in the Philippines to get out of the country after coronavirus hit. He got stuck in Tacloban for about a month after the quarantine lockdowns began. And we finally got him out, but he was a fantastic teacher working there in Tacloban. You can see how much he engaged with his local community. That's one of several pictures of him just out having fun with his students and teachers that he was working with. So this is another one that virtually now we're still able to continue supporting this. Next slide. Another way that we engage with the Philippine government on educational exchange and collaboration is through our Education USA network. This is a student advising network that we have in more than 170 countries around the world. Its primary job is to help overseas students in other countries figure out how to study in the United States and pursue higher education opportunities in the United States. One of the things we've done here is we've taken Education USA to the next level. We've partnered up with the Commission on Higher Education to try and expand the university and higher education institution linkages between the United States and the Philippines and use those linkages to strengthen both of our higher education systems. Next slide. One of the ways we did that was through the joint statement on U.S. Philippine Higher Education Cooperation that Ambassador Kim and Chairman of the Commission on Higher Education, Prosper de Vera, signed in 2019 at our bilateral strategic dialogue. Initially, that was just to develop linkages between our higher education institutions. It laid the foundation for us to start increased partnership building between universities and colleges in the Philippines and the United States. We began a series called the Pathways to Opportunity Speakers series through that was going to be a series of in-person speaking events with expert speakers on developing 21st century campuses, on strengthening linkages between universities. When coronavirus hit, that program went virtual, and we began adapting that speakers program to be more about how to support universities in this new normal. As they reached out and started teaching, we started bringing specific expertise groups into our Pathways Speakers program to talk about different ways that universities could adapt their curriculums, could respond to their students' needs, and adapt to this new normal. Next slide. One of the Pathways to Opportunity Speakers programs actually engaged the Texas International Education Consortium, which is the consortium of 30+ Texas universities that came online and talked about how to develop flexible learning tools and engage students in the new normal and the different types of tools and resources available for universities as they try to go online and develop distance learning programs. That program went so well that we have since partnered officially with the Commission on Higher Education, TIC, and the U.S. Embassy to launch a new program that is going to have TIC provide expert consultation to 50 universities around the Philippines to develop online curriculums and transition their instruction to an entirely online environment. Next one. Through our, back a slide, I think. Through our, this joint statement on higher education, we've also started working with individual universities in the Philippines and the United States to develop individual virtual partnerships and exchanges. So you can see right here a list of some of the things that we're doing. We have universities engaging in short-term exchanges and programs, research exchanges that are helping adapt specifically to COVID-19 challenges, and other ones that are just online mobility programs for students to engage in, to give students more resources and more opportunities to engage, to get their education in the new normal. Next slide, please. Next one. Of course, we don't expect to be in this virtual environment forever. And as we continue and come out of this virtual environment, we continue to be dedicated to supporting teacher development in the Philippines. And this is something that we've done for years and will continue to do for years. We have some very specific exchange programs that we offer that are in-person exchange opportunities for teachers in the Philippines that, that you can apply for if you're looking to strengthen your own capacity and professional skill set in an international environment. The Study of the U.S. Institutes program is an annual program that's specifically for teachers in a lot of cases, hosted at universities throughout the United States. And through our Fulbright program, we have the oldest Fulbright commission in the world here in the Philippines. It's a binational commission that both the United States and the Philippine government support. We have a whole variety of professional development courses for academics and researchers, but specifically for teachers, we have the Foreign Language Teaching Assistant program, which brings Filipino teachers to the United States to teach Tagalog at U.S. universities where there's an interest in having that language teaching there. We also have, in partnership with the Commission on Higher Education, the Fulbright Distinguished Awards and Teaching Program for International Teachers. And this is one that was in part a response to the movement from the K-10 to K-12 education system here in the Philippines, and a program that we just renewed with the Commission on Higher Education a few weeks ago. We're now adapting it a little bit more for kind of specific types of skill sets and development for Filipino teachers. Next slide. Some of the additional resources that we have through the embassy that are available for teachers and trainings. We have our 14 American Corners throughout the Philippines. These are spaces in universities throughout the Philippines. If we have other universities on here, if you work at these universities, you may be familiar They're in the libraries of these universities all around the country, offer a variety of programs through these corners. They also have all the information about our different exchange programs, MOOC camps, and other offerings that we have for teachers or for students. Next slide. And one final resource that we've really been pushing now, especially in this, this virtual environment, is the eLibrary USA. Right now, this is something that we are offering for free. You can see information on here. It's a digital library with countless resources, newspapers, magazines, videos, books. Anyone can sign up for it. It gives you access to a whole variety of tools and resources to strengthen education, to use in your classrooms, or to develop your own skills as we push through this new normal. Final slide, thanking you and offering any questions.
Hi, Matt. It's Cherry. So a couple of questions off of the YouTube participants. Are MOOCs valid for promotions and renewal of a license regarding the professional licensed teachers here in the Philippines?
So I don't have exact details on this. I know that several of the local DepEd districts around the country have actually started accepting specific types of facilitated MOOC training for English teachers for professional development credits. For any teachers around here that are looking for that type of professional development, they should check with their local DepEd office, or if they can get in contact with one of the MOOC facilitators in their areas that's offering those, they can find out if their particular DepEd office is now offering professional development credit. It's something we're trying to get more of here because we know it's an easy, accessible way for people to get those professional development credits. So we'll keep working on that. Certainly engage with us if you're interested in participating in MOOC or becoming a MOOC facilitator or trying to push for professional development credits.
Okay, that's great to hear, especially since it seems like a great way to access quality resources and also fulfill those requirements that the DepEd places on the professional licensed teachers. So
yeah, they're outstanding courses developed by incredible institutions all throughout the United States and around the world.
Right. One more question. Are there any MOOCs for non-English speaking teachers?
So yes, as you get most of all the MOOCs that we offer, obviously the medium of instruction is in English. We don't offer, as far as I'm aware, any MOOCs that are in a different medium of instruction. That said, I don't know what other MOOCs are being developed by other higher education institutions around the world, or even if any institutions here in the Philippines have gotten into the MOOC game. There's nothing preventing universities from developing their own MOOCs. But for us, for non-English teachers, there are other MOOCs for professional development of teachers in general, but the medium of instruction is going to be in English, at least for ours.
Okay, great. I think that's it, Ms. Doris, for questions for Matt.
Thank you very much, Matt. My goodness, that's a whole lot to remember. And I certainly hope that, yeah, this virtual environment doesn't last forever. I'm kind of sick of it, man. I'm kind of having mental issues already. I mean, mental health issues. So we have for our last speaker for this session, we have Sarina San Jose from the Philippine Business for Education, who's going to speak on the topic, raising teacher quality in the Philippines. Ms. San Jose.
Thank you, and good afternoon to everyone.
Hi.
Before I formally start the presentation, just a quick background on PBED. So Philippine Business for Education is a policy advocacy group. We work on key systemic education reforms with the overall goal of improving quality of life for Filipinos. So we do this through various initiatives. We work in two main areas. One is in teaching and learning, which is all about improving learning outcomes and raising teacher quality, which is what I will discuss in a bit. And then the other work component of PBED is on workforce development. So getting also more private sector involved in conversations about education, and then making sure that our students or our learners have the necessary skills to make them successful in their career. So what we will be discussing, what I will be discussing this afternoon is our work on teacher quality, more specifically on the scholarship programs that we are implementing. Next slide, please. All right, so we currently run two scholarship programs. They're called Step Up and 1000 Teachers Program. These are pre-service scholarships, meaning they are meant for teacher education students. And as I mentioned, the overall goal is to raise teacher quality, and we have a numeric goal of being able to raise or produce 1,000 teacher education graduates. And we want them to, of course, return the service to the public school system. So our model is pretty straightforward. The goal is because we want to attract, or we want to uplift and upgrade the teaching profession. Then one of the key activities, or one of the key things that needs to be done is, even at the pre-service level, so even as they are still studying or even before they enter college, they are well selected. So the first step is really being able to attract the best and the brightest. Because if we could afford to do that for our future lawyers and our future doctors, then we in PBED also believe that that's something that we can definitely do for our future teachers. And then once they're already in the university and they're studying, we also have support given to them in terms of retention, and just making sure that they continue to be supported, not just financially, but there's also psychosocial support given to them while they're in school. And then finally, of course, as they graduate, we also provide assistance to them, and helping them throughout their years in college or in the university, to equip them with the necessary skills and knowledge to be successful in their application to, especially to the public school system. Next slide. All right, so this is what the support looks like. We've partnered with some of the country's top teacher education institutions. These 10 are our sort of more like where we have more and more scholars. Um, they perform very well in the licensure exam. These are CHED centers of excellence, and some of them are the centers of excellence of for teacher education in their respective provinces or regions. We have a highly selective admission process. It's an 11% acceptance rate from people applying up to them being actually accepted to the program. We offer generous financial support, so monthly allowances. There's a book allowance, there's a uniform allowance. We also provide an allowance, or like a graduation allowance and a licensure exam allowance. So there's money that's set aside for them for when they do their review, their licensure exam review, and also when they apply for the licensure exam. But one of the key features of the scholarship program is the mentoring support that we give. So one of the things that we realized early on during the scholarship was that it wasn't enough to just be able to provide financial support, because students in general experience other issues or have other challenges aside from financial challenges. And so what we wanted to do was to be able to provide that sort of holistic support and make sure, or help at least, to a certain extent, help keep them in school, and help them, sort of manage different problems that they have through the mentoring. So these mentors are also professors, they are also professors in the respective universities. Of course, specifically within the college or the Department of Teacher Education in that institution. The mentoring comprises of one-on-one chats. So every month they get to chat with their mentor, but also it's also very data driven. So we run like a needs assessment survey at the start of the school year, or at the start of the academic year, to find out what our scholars or what these mentees need in terms of support. And then the mentors and the partner institutions then try to create specific programs to be able to answer those needs. So aside from our teacher education institution partners, we're also working with the DepEd on this. Australian Aid Australian Aid specifically has funded our Step Up Scholarship Program. And then currently we are partners with Gokongwei Brothers Foundation for 1,000 Teachers Program, where we're currently focusing on teacher education scholarships for STEM students, STEM majors. Next slide. So Step Up was a scholarship that started in 2015. And this year it's actually closing out. Well, sort of extended. It was supposed to close out last year. But what we did was to get some consultants to do an impact study for us, because we wanted to find out also, at least in the sort of early stages of the program, what kind of impact we've had on the lives of our scholars. These are some of those insights. It really mainly has to do with ensuring the continuity of the schooling of the students, so them actually staying in the teacher education course and pursuing it and starting a career as a teacher. We also found out that some of the important components of the scholarship, which was mentoring and also the selective admissions process, had an effect on them reporting or them passing the licensure exam, but also currently reporting as teaching. We also did like an interview with some of their supervisors, and we found out that with our scholars of the same rank, they are regarded as, or they are highly regarded. Next slide. So these are sort of, the numbers. How we did this study was to look at our scholars who were, so obviously those who got into the program, and then those who applied but didn't get in. So this was sort of the point of comparison. And as you can see, there are differences, or the effects of the scholarship program were more positive towards our scholars. So they're more likely to have graduated from the teaching program. Many of them, or more of them, have passed the licensure exam and also reported to be currently teaching. Next slide shows more numbers. So as I mentioned earlier, our key goal for our scholars is to be employed in the public school system. Of course, there are some caveats to that. It's not as easy to really get into the DepEd as a fresh graduate, but it's cited here. So what we've seen is that many of our scholars were still successful in getting ranked in the registry of qualified applicants of the department, even though they cited, or their scores were low in terms of teaching experience. So this means that even like in other aspects, so their education, their grade in the licensure exam, the certificates that they have, they are well qualified, or they are highly qualified to become public school teachers. And then, as I mentioned, they are highly regarded. So they, according to the data that we analyzed, their employers or their supervisors rank them in the 89th percentile, which is quite high, and comparing to teachers of similar rank. Next slide. And so, as I mentioned, Step Up was set to end this December. And then our 1,000 Teachers program still has a few scholars who are still in school. But one of the activities that we also wanted to do was to make sure that we didn't leave our scholars behind. So at the start of the quarantine here in the Philippines or in the country, we immediately developed a communications plan to sort of work with our scholars, and make them more involved in a lot of conversations. The second bullet, what we did was, um, also ask them, so involve them in that process of deciding what sort of topics they want, in terms of additional webinars, or or in terms of webinars, and gaining more experiences, because these are the best and the brightest. So that's sort of their branding, and it's something that they own up to. And we know this for a fact because a lot of our scholars are doing so well, in their schools, in their communities. We do have a mixed scholars teaching in public and private schools, institutions. But they are making sort of their marks in their own right. And so we wanted to be able to feature that, and we wanted to really involve them in this process of being able to provide more support for them even as they're already working. So these are some of the initiatives or interventions that we did, with the help also of our partners. So the Australian Embassy, Gokongwei Brothers Foundation, we were able to provide physical, material assistance. So we're on track to be sending them some like groceries and basic school supplies that we hope would help them for the start of the school year. And also we were able to provide like a one-time load allowance, because many of them did mention that internet connectivity and the availability of gadgets is a problem. So we do try to help them, but also to make sure that they are involved in this process. Next slide. All right, so just to, I think if I'm not mistaken, this is the last slide. Just to sort of go back to what it is that we want to do or we want to achieve. Well, obviously at the moment, education is a hot topic, and there are a lot of conversations about mainly learners and the safety of learners, but also very important that we talk about the needs of our teachers, that needs to be addressed based on their specific context. So I know that there are a number of groups that are already doing this, and it's very important that we do work together in this aspect, because it's not just the students that need support, but also the teachers. There are a lot of gaps that we've been seeing in the news, or even perhaps in the organizations that we work with. We know of these gaps, and we're very welcome. PBED, for example, is more than willing to work together with certain groups to be able to address some of these needs. And then more importantly, the work that we do is really on the pre-service level. So as we look at the effects that have been brought about by the pandemic, or what we can do after, or how we can move forward with this, one of the things that we still really want to push for is improvements in the pre-service level. So we want to make sure that the teachers, our future teachers, are being trained the proper way, that they receive excellent education, and they receive the support that they need, so that they not only see the teaching profession as something that's viable for them, but also something that they want to do and that they want to pursue. And we think that the model that we've been able to develop of being able to provide such generous financial support, but also psychosocial support, is an important, or is a very good model for pre-service teacher training. And this ends my presentation, so I'd be happy to answer any questions for the discussion later on. Thank you.
Actually, we can answer questions now. I think amongst ourselves here in this room, in the panelist room, we can discuss amongst ourselves, right? So I was just going to ask Serena. By the way, thank you very much for your talk. What moves exactly PBED has done to um, maybe revise the education curriculum in with CHED, because I personally believe talaga that the key to ensuring teacher quality is through pre-service. So I just like to know what moves you initiated.
Sure. Well, we are mainly a policy advocacy group, so we do work with some institutions also to push for the improvement or the alignment of the teacher education curriculum with the DepEd standards. So we've worked with organizations like the Research Center for Teacher Quality, RCTQ, to assist in to assist with teacher education institutions also reviewing their curricula and aligning that with the DepEd standards. On a legislative side, we constantly also talk to certain lawmakers to push for certain advocacies also in terms of pre-service education. We're working on something now also in improving teacher education. So I don't know. I don't think I'm qualified to really talk about it much further, but we are working on something to with yeah with some of our legislators to push for more improvements in the pre-service space.
Okay. I suppose you've heard that in Singapore, that even before enrolling in education, you have to be pre-qualified.
Yeah.
And I was thinking if that kind of system could be applicable here, because quite literally, diba, it's the teachers who really, really shape this nation. And if we don't have the best, as you say, Serena, and the brightest, and those with integrity, then where is this nation going to go? It's just a personal move. Did Gino want to ask a question?
I like how you pointed it out, Doris, that if you want to start and succeed with this, with the future, we have to start with the material, and it's the selection that we really have to make sure that the teachers, that college students choose education as a course, not because they want to study abroad, not because they want to go to China and teach English, but because they want to shape the nation, and that, of course, they have the skills. I was planning to ask Zarina, how long has this program been? And very interesting. And has any of your successful teachers even reached administrative level? I mean, being administrators in DepEd, because it's the administrators who can make this change. And if you have these scholars of PBED, no, and tell them, remember, you were scholars of PBED before. Okay, remember what we taught you, right? Remember the system doesn't eat you and shouldn't eat you. You know what I mean?
Not yet. So, I mentioned two programs. 1,000 Teachers program was the sort of original program of PBED that was more private sector funded. It started in 2008. And then we have Step Up, which was funded by the Australian government, which started in 2015. So at the moment, we have around 1,200 scholars already from both programs. Around 700 of them are already in the teaching profession. I don't think we have administrator level teachers already.
Right.
But that is a good point. And definitely, like, we are also because our scholars have a return service requirement. So they need to teach for between 3 to 5 years. So depending on how long they were in the program, in the public school, before they can work on other other things. So that's something that we're also working on and making sure that they do fulfill the return service, and also assisting them in that sense.
I think in normal times, teaching is really challenging, but more so with what's happened now.
Yes.
And well, part of my title or function is being a school and community coordinator. No, so I coordinate with public schools. I interface with them, and a lot of them at this point are really in a state of panic about the upcoming opening in October 5, which is why they're also very grateful that it was postponed, because many are not ready, well, especially for online teaching. But maybe it's a blessing that only 18 or 20% of the country or our public schools or have internet connection, because um, not very many have that talent or the skill of online teaching. So maybe we have some questions from the field, from the YouTube stream. Cherry, do we have?
Yes, we do, Ms. Doris. Thank you. For Ms. Serena, is the scholarship also open to state universities?
Yes. Well, at the moment, we have a very limited scholarship number. It's a very limited opening, also because of some financial constraints. But yes, we do have some state universities that are our partners. So in Region 1, for example, it's Mariano Marcos State University. Here in Manila, it's PNU. In the Visayas, we have two. So there's Cebu Normal University and West Visayas State University. And then in Mindanao, in Davao, two campuses of University of Southeastern Philippines.
Okay, really quickly, how would teachers or prospective scholars avail of the Step Up Scholarship Program?
Well, at the moment, we're not accepting applicants because the funding is about to end. But we did have a website where we gathered applications, and then so the paper requirements were first reviewed, and then they would be scheduled for the interviews in the respective institutions that they will be studying in. And then the last part, so after we also have an additional layer. So we require our applicants to take those who pass the documentary screening have to take what we call the Philippine Aptitude Exam for Teachers, or the PAT. So that's sort of an additional layer for us also to really make sure that we select and we filter out the really excellent ones. And then they're scheduled for the interview. They also do a demo teaching. Sort of mirrors what happens when they apply to the DepEd, actually, the last part of the application process. Yeah.
Okay, and that kind of segues into the next question. Are there PBED programs that are open to public school teachers, those that are already in the system?
Yeah. Currently, we don't, unfortunately. So the work of PBED is really focused on pre-service education at the moment.
Okay. And are there specific processes to establish an educational partnership with PBED?
Well, not really like very specific. So normally we get requests over email, and that's something that I can share. And then once that we have the request, then we schedule like a phone call, or well, right now it's usually through Zoom. So but basically we schedule a call to sort of discuss and talk about what interests both parties, and then from there see if it's possible to start a partnership.
I think Matt wants to ask a question. He's been floating in and out. He's been floating in and out of our meetings. Matt?
No, apologies. I was not here to ask a question. I just wanted people to know that I was still here in case they had any other.
Okay, we wouldn't hope otherwise that he's done.
Actually, there are a few questions for Matt.
Okay.
Now that he's brought it up. Matt, how are you choosing schools to partner with? Do you have a set of standards or qualifications for an agreement to materialize?
No, we have. So mostly we're facilitating university partnerships. We are working specifically with CHED on some of that. But we are available for any universities in the Philippines that are interested in internationalizing and looking for specific partners in the United States to help them navigate that road. They can contact our Education USA office at the embassy, let us know what kinds of programs or opportunities they're interested in developing, what types of schools they might have in mind for partnering with. Even if they don't know, we can help them kind of explore the opportunities out there, look for schools that might be a right match for their specific partners. We actually did earlier today a virtual partnership fair. We had 65 Philippine universities, 45 US universities online. We've been publicizing that through partners at CHED, through our Education USA pages. If you're interested in finding out more about that, you're an administrator at a university, follow us on Education USA. We want to do more and more of this stuff, and we're here to help.
That's amazing. Last question for Matt. Would it be possible to spearhead reading labs in the country's public schools?
Yeah.
Reading labs.
Reading.
I'm not entirely sure what a reading lab is specifically, but we do offer a variety of resources and activities. And actually, I know my colleagues at USAID have been working very closely at a developmental level with public education sector in the Philippines on developing reading tools and curriculum activities with specific programs. It's something as well, we're always interested in looking at different types of partnerships, especially for us when it involves strengthening English language skills. That's a foundational skill in the Philippines. It's been a huge competitive advantage for the Philippines for years. We don't want to see it stagnate in any way, shape, or form. And it's also such an important skill for facilitating cultural and people-to-people exchanges between our nations.
More than that, I just like to share with our group this afternoon that one of the projects of the Knowledge Channel is called Basa Bilang. In Tagalog, in English, it means read and count. And it's a project basically which involves producing 1,500 animated videos to teach grade 1 to grade 3 students how to read. We got into this project. I'll just tell you the short story. Because when we did our math series and tested we tested the students and they understood, when we gave the math problems to them in numbers, they did 100%. But when these same problems were converted into narratives or word problems, would you believe they got 0? 0. Exactly the same problems. And then so you go deeper and deeper into the root. And the root of the problem was they did not understand. And these were grade 5 students taking grade 4 tests for arithmetic or for math. So we said we have to go to the root of this problem and help improve the foundational skills of the children, because if they graduate from grade 3 not knowing how to read, and more importantly, to understand what they read, then the learning is just stunted throughout. It won't just, I mean, I'm not belittling, cultural interchange and all that, but I think basically the skill is there and has to be honed before the child gets out of grade 3, because otherwise there's no learning that's going to take place. And I think that's what prompted the question, do you have any plans of organizing a reading lab? Because that's really one huge problem we have, at least in the public educational system, I think.
Precisely. If I may share, that's why I like really the partnership with the MOOCs. Matt, many of my colleagues are learning a lot from the English courses, and you said that it's an advantage for us, but it's an advantage that we are slowly losing. And before, our Asian neighbors would come to us to learn English, and now they're having second thoughts. But of course, no one can do that now because of the pandemic, right? But really, these partnerships with the U.S. Embassy can help us improve our English fluency, our reading ability, and not really lose that advantage. I'm sure that's one of the when PBED evaluates, it's the ability of the person to communicate. Teaching is communicating, and how can you teach if you cannot communicate in basic English, which is the medium of instruction in most subjects in the Philippines, right? So really, this partnership, Matt. Of course, we would also like to sound like you, Matt. I mean, really sound native.
Well, no,
just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I don't know.
And I'm very sympathetic to the challenging environment that the Philippines faces. I mean, this is not just a bilingual country, a multilingual country, and you're talking about 150 different languages and dialects throughout the Philippines. It's complicated. There are very few countries in the world that have as complicated language environment as the Philippines. And I know people will compare kind of multilingual education to some other countries that maybe have less languages or much stronger, more developed kind of educational foundations. But it's a complicated environment. So we really want to try to support that. We definitely don't want to see the Philippines lose that competitive advantage. It's been a competitive advantage for so long. It still is. It hasn't gone away. But there are other countries in the region that are really prioritizing English language learning. They're starting from a much bigger deficit, but really prioritizing it. And we'd hate to see the Philippines squander that strong advantage, which has been a really fueled economy. And to Doris's point, it also just facilitates education at an early age. Being able to educate in your medium of instruction or languages is critical in those early elementary school grades.
Are there any more questions, Cherry?
None, Ms. Doris, I think. Well,
okay.
There was one question a little bit earlier, and this is for the whole panel, so I guess I can start the discussion. What's the one thing that you miss the most about classroom teaching?
Oh, I don't teach.
Okay, I can answer that. To hear your students laugh, to hear your students respond, to hear them chatting, coming to school. Of course, some of them, not all of them are excited, but to see your students entering the campus, entering your classroom, some probably dragging their feet, right? But many at the end of the period, at the end of the day, they're excited with the teacher exhausted, right? But that's what I miss. I mean, I miss the interactions. I miss the fun. I miss, of course, the connection. I cannot give you, much as I try to, I cannot give Matt a high five. Nor can I give Matt a pat on the back for that very good presentation. And that's the connection that we lose, our humanity. So basically, I hope we get, so I hope we get the vaccine soon.
Yeah, I know. Well, for my,
what's your, Sergino, what would your advice be to teachers who are trying to cope with that loss? That, you know, as educators, you're right, we do rely so heavily on that interaction and that exchange,
and feedback, and
away from us. What are some strategies or best practices that you've come across to help cope with that?
Yeah, we can still communicate, and which is good. We can still interact. Okay, I can still hear you, I can still listen to you, but I have to interpret your body language, because before we could see the whole person, right? Now I just see like an ID that size, right? And so there are many ways. There are apps wherein we can interact. We can get polls, okay, like what I did, simple Mentimeter, which everyone is using anyway. We could also try to use some emojis, how we feel. Of course, a smiley is not really the real smile, okay? So we could use how do you feel right now? A mental health check at the start, which is really necessary now. I remember Ms. Doris mentioned, we talk about the mental health of students, but we cannot give what we don't have. So we have to also talk about the mental health of teachers. So there, what we can do online that we used to do in terms of reaching out, in terms of helping another person, that we can still do online, we have to maximize that. And we have to show how we feel. We have to spend time talking to each other and listening to each other. And then, of course, being concerned with one another. I think that's the tip, really, with the human person. Not so much as have you turned in your work, not so much as what you got in the quiz, did you get a 10 out of 10, not so much as that, but but what did you really learn, and how can I help you learn?
Yeah.
Feedback is the most important now. Feedback.
And reaction. Yeah, I think Gino hit the nail on the head. My title reads School and Community Engagement Head. And there's no, I mean, yeah, there's engagement. It's all online, but it's just so different because, like, you're talking to a bunch of tiles. No, not that I don't love all of you here, but you know what I mean? And especially as a public speaker, you really, really literally get feedback and energy from your audience, but there's none of that, which is why, like, we as a group in the office were talking, how come we're much more tired at the end of an online day than we are when you face people. But I think it's basically because of that. It takes so much more effort to be to engage, in this medium. And me personally, because my work used to entail really going to the far flung areas, quite literally to the hinter barangay, to the hinter islands, the hinter mountains, climbing and all that. And there's none of that, and it's just so sad. What about the other teachers here? Teachers, Sarina.
Well, I'm not actually
That's a teacher.
an educator. Although I did, well, I taught for 1 year to out of school youth. But I will speak more about the experiences of our scholars. So what we found out in several conversations with them over the past few months is it's not just sort of the preparation that's tiring, but also the stress that is brought about by the worry that you don't actually have the gadget and the enough, like, the connectivity to be able to do the session or to be able to teach online. And of course, a number of our scholars are teaching in the public school system, and so their main concern really has been on, oh, like, I know for a fact that my students will not be able to afford, or will not
Oh
be
yeah,
able
yeah.
to manage online teaching because they can't afford it. And so that's, and then of course them worrying about being able to print out these modules and being able to send them to the students. So um like, physically it's taxing to have to do these things, but
Mm-hmm.
also mentally and emotionally, just worrying about the welfare of their students is something that's been on their minds as well. So
Sherry,
Okay.
can I ask a question? Can I, because I'm curious. Um, do you think that this recommendation to go online, um, knowing the infrastructure problem in the country, okay, has caused more stress and more concern than solutions? I mean, the recommendation as online as one of the options. I'm grateful now that we can still connect, and that I not yet get disconnected with you, right? But do you
Yeah.
think that online teaching and learning should not be an option given the situation in the country?
Should not be an option.
I mean, should, if ever there are options, it would be the least option, I think.
I
I
think
don't know.
what DepEd is doing now, because we've dealt with them quite extensively these past few months, is they've done a mapping exercise. All 800,000 teachers in the field during the summer. They went around literally house to house, finding out if the children, if the learners had gadgets and they had connectivity and all of that. Do you know that from the mapping and from the surveys they did, that the most popular mode of preferred teaching was still printed modules, because no one okay, you may have a gadget, but you don't have the money for connectivity, and that's what the situation is like. So, luckily, there still is television. There still is the Knowledge Channel, but unfortunately, we used to be in 9 million homes, but are now in only two. Thank you to the Congress for not granting the franchise, but of ABS-CBN. But in any case, it's been a challenge trying to be in more homes where we're needed now more than ever. And proof of that is, my goodness, we haven't rested from the calls we get from the field, from teachers, from the supervisors, I just came from two presentations this morning, and they're really pressing the panic button because the DepEd teachers have been asked to produce their own video. to produce their own video, because children cannot just learn from text. We all know that. I mean, you have an 8, 9-year-old kid who just they're called self-learning modules. Come on. I mean, like, who were you kidding? You'll have a kid go through that for the whole semester or the whole year. So we're trying our best to be in every home and trying our best to produce as much. I think we're only until 2:50.
Yes,
Sherry,
it is
right?
actually.
Yes.
I was
So at this
to
point,
thank everybody for their time and for their
Yeah.
expertise.
Yeah,
And
unless
again,
anyone else has something to say, we'd like to thank our resource people for today, Mr. Gino Luayan from the Teacher Education Network, Matt Keener from the U.S. Embassy, our cultural unit, cultural attaché, and Zarina San Jose from the Philippine Business for Education. And I'd like to thank myself for being a guest and moderator, and really great to have met all of you. Thank you very much.
thank you so much. This was a very fun and interactive panel. Thank you so much for letting me crash.
Sure.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness. Thank you very much.
Take
All
care,
right.
everyone.
Have a lovely weekend.
You too.
Stay safe.
Stay
Take care
safe.
to our viewers.
Yes, please stay safe. Please, please, please. Bye.
And as we move on with the afternoon, I'd like to segue into a call for papers to be headed by Ms. Sheena May Komighud, who is our call for papers winner with her paper Employee Engagement and Performance Effectiveness, a Key for Organizational Efficacy.
Good afternoon to one and all. My study deals with employee engagement and performance effectiveness, a key for organizational efficiency. Employee engagement and performance management were considered key factors to achieve organizational efficiency. As indicated by Dwivedi and Gary in the year 2016, this strategically aligned employees' day-to-day work scheme with the overall goals of the department. In the Philippines, Civil Service Commission circulated CSC Memorandum Circular No. 6 Series of 2012, which directed the strategic performance management system to align department's trust to daily employee engagement. Putting this into context, government agencies like public schools, colleges, and universities, as anchored in the goal of providing access and quality and relevance of educational programs linked SPMS, the results-based performance management system, in adherence to performance-based tenure, principles, processes, and practices. Hence, RPMS is used as a performance management tool to manage, monitor, and measure performance of personnel of educational institutions, examining its relationship with job performance effectiveness. Furthermore, Dizon et al. In the year 2018 and Komighud in the year 2019 have measured the RPMS implementation as a performance management tool across 4 phases or cycles. Moreover, the correlation of RPMS implementation to employees' work values alongside appraisal incentives and motivation in the workplace have gone critical analysis and constant evaluations as cited in the works of Ayap and Macalalad 2016, Atink and Reed 2017, and Sosa 2018. However, in all of this literature and studies cited, findings have not revealed critical accounts on the level of teachers' engagement and have not provided parameters on the relationship of personal profile items into job performance effectiveness or ineffectiveness, as well as its influence on organizational efficiency, among others. In view thereof, it is the intent of the researcher to study employee engagement and performance effectiveness as a key to organizational efficiency. The researcher therefore aimed to give critical review through sharing research findings and actual results as the value of employee engagement and performance effectiveness are recognized gaps not addressed in existing literature, as she had not came across of a similar study in the local setting. Hence, no individuals and entities have examined its relationship with one another and its influence in job performance evaluation results, considering a number of profile items such as teaching experience, degree obtained, seminars attended, and position held. Hence, this undertaking can be considered a blueprint of new knowledge and additional document to existing findings for the variables involved in the study. It is in this context that the researcher conducted this research. So we have in there the performance management, the employee engagement, the strategic performance management system from the Civil Service Commission down to the results-based performance management system, or the RPMS. For the statement of the problem, the first one deals with the question, what is the teacher's level of employee engagement in the 5 key result areas as assessed by the school heads and the teachers themselves in terms of the following? We have 1.1, content, knowledge, and pedagogy. We have also learning environment and diversity of learners, curriculum and planning, assessment and reporting, and plus factors. The second question deals with what is the job performance evaluation rating of the teacher respondents. The third one, is there a significant difference between the teacher's level of employee engagement when they are grouped according to the following profile items, such as length of teaching experience, highest educational attainment, training activities or seminars attended, and teaching position held. Number 4, is there a significant difference between the teacher's individual job performance when they are grouped according to the aforementioned profile variables? And number 5, is there a significant relationship between the teacher's level of employee engagement and their individual job performance? For the research methodologies, research respondents. The respondents of the study were the 90 public school teachers with teacher 1 to 3 teaching positions who were selected through multi-stage sampling such as stratified, simple random, and or purposeful and purposive sampling. For the research environment, the study was conducted in the division of Bayawan City, Negros Oriental, Philippines. Bayawan City Division is among the 19 schools division of DepEd Region 7. For the research instrument, it is a standardized one as adapted from the results-based performance management system, Philippine Professional Standard for Teachers Care Result Areas, otherwise known as the RPMS, PPST, KRAs. Still, on the research methodologies, which involve the scope and limitation, the study mainly focused on determining the relationship between the teacher's level of employee engagement and its relationship with job performance evaluation rating, serving as a key to organizational efficiency. For the data collection, the researcher asked the permission of the school's division superintendent of DepEd Bayawan City Division for the distribution of research instruments to the identified respondents. The participating classroom teachers were oriented in the nature of the research, ethics, and timeline of the study, and had been consented and consulted prior to the actual participation and answering of questions pertaining to employee engagement and performance effectiveness. Also, data mining was conducted in the Human Resource Management Office for the actual performance evaluation ratings of the respondents. In addition, the tallying of results and treatment of data gathered by consolidating and employing appropriate statistical tools leading to the writing of initial findings followed. After all of those steps and processes, the researcher prepared a comprehensive report which included discussion of results, conclusions, and relevant recommendations. And finally, the researchers conducted a presentation of the output by answering the research questions. Okay, table 1 deals with teachers' level of employee engagement on IPCRF KRAs, answering the question, what is the teacher's level of employee engagement in the 5 key result areas as assessed by the school heads and the teachers themselves? So table 1 presents that teachers have very high level of employee engagement as the composite mean of the key areas resorted to 4.31 as perceived by both respondents. The result reveals that teachers are performing effectively their teaching duties central to their roles as instructional leaders, classroom managers, learning facilitators, curriculum planners, assessors and evaluators, and learners among others, lifelong learners among others. This finding ran parallel to the idea shared on how teachers make teaching and learning process relevant and responsive through comprehensive teaching strategies that acknowledge learners' diversity and individual differences. Those were affirmed by Angeles in the year 2018, Jackson 2018, and Garcia 2018. Moreover, this corroborates the ideas of having teachers engage learners in developmentally sequenced activities by the use of instructional technologies, assessment techniques that create significant impact on their learning and well-being towards their holistic development. So as shown in this slide, we have in here the assessment of the school heads and the teachers themselves on the level of employee engagement. So we have the 5 KRAs, the content, knowledge, and pedagogy, the learning environment and diversity of the learners, the curriculum and planning, assessment and reporting, as well as the care result areas. So as reflected in the table shown earlier and in this figure, teachers receive highest evaluation results on FLAS factors as they perform care roles in K-12 education. In view thereof, teachers are engaged with professional discussions and collegial experimentations through mentoring and coaching sessions in today's schools. And those were affirmed by a number of literature like Francis 2016, Balbalin 2017, Mendoza 2017, Aguirre and Fuller 2017, and Lucero 2018. Moving on with the next research question, what is the job performance evaluation rating of the teacher respondents? Another important variable treated in the present investigation is teachers' job performance evaluation results as revealed in Table 2. As shown in the table, teachers obtained very satisfactory ratings transmuted as 4.32. This finding indicates that teachers perform their assigned tasks and responsibilities with regards to different care result areas. The findings were supported by the studies of Saka and Solomon 2014 and Catolas and Catolas 2017, which indicated teachers' high performance rating corresponding to their efficiency, effectiveness, and timeliness in accomplishing work schemes. So as shown in this photo, we have in here the different phases or cycles of the results-based performance management system, or the RPMS, starting with the beginning of the school year up to the end of the school year, with performance planning and commitment, phase 1, phase 2 on performance monitoring and coaching, phase 3 on performance review and evaluation, and phase 4 on performance rewarding and developmental planning. So as you can see, the portfolio preparation and organization, as well as the preparation for up to the preparation of phase 4, then the teachers are being rated and given a particular rate for the job performance evaluation. So we have 14 or 15.56% of the teachers have outstanding rating. We have 76 or 84.44% of the teachers are in very satisfactory level. And okay, that's it. Outstanding and very satisfactory. Those are the job performance evaluation rating of the teacher respondents. Moving on with question number 3. Is there a significant difference between the teacher's level of employee engagement when they are grouped according to their profile items? So we have in there the analysis table and the difference in the teacher's level of employee engagement on key result areas when teachers or the respondents are grouped according to profile. Table 3 presents the difference in teachers' level of employee engagement on IPCRF KRAs when grouped according to the profile items. Results reveal that items on educational attainment, seminars attended, and teaching position held are significant predictors of teachers' work effectiveness. This entails that these profile items produce significant difference in teachers' engagement on professional knowledge, differentiated learning activities, curriculum development, and assessment strategies to enhance learners' achievement as a manifestation of teachers' instructional effectiveness. Hence, educational attainment through attending graduate studies enhances professional competence. Moreover, seminars attended develop teacher skills in instructional planning, classroom management, and technological knowledge as innovative teachers. As shown in this photo that we have here, there is a significant difference between the teachers' level of employee engagement when they are grouped according to their profile items. A number of literature affirmed the statement on the significant difference in teachers' engagement and pedagogical knowledge, differentiated learning activities, curriculum development, and assessment strategies. As affirmed by Angeles 2018, Lucero et al. 2016, and Jones 2018. Moreover, another set of literature affirmed the findings that educational attainment through attending graduate studies enhances professional competence. And those were shared by Arifin 2015, Catolas and Catolas 2017, Green 2016, Gracier and Hendricks 2018. In the same manner that seminars attended develop teacher skills in instructional planning, classroom management, and technological knowledge as innovative teachers. Moving on to the next slide for Table 4, it answers the question, is there a significant difference between the teacher's individual job performance when they are grouped according to the aforementioned profile variables? So those profile variables, as mentioned, we have teaching experience, educational attainment. We have also the level of seminars attended, teaching position held. So Table 4 shows the difference in teachers' individual job performance when they are grouped according to their profile, wherein findings reveal that educational attainment, level of seminars attended, and teaching position held are significant predictors of teachers' individual job performance as the respective p-values of 0.002, 0.003, and 0.007 are all less than the level of significance of 0.05. These findings signify that these profiles establish significant relationship with individual job performance. Conversely, as the occurrences are high, the performance of the teachers is also high. These findings are in consonance with the study of Arifin 2015 and Catolas 2017 on how educational attainment and level of seminars served as predictors of performance as shown on the values of the median. So in this photo, is there a significant difference between the teachers' individual job performance when they're grouped according to their aforementioned profile variables? So it has been affirmed by a number of literature. As then mentioned, we have Arifin 2015, Catolas and Catolas 2017, affirming the findings that educational attainment, level seminars attended, really serve as predictors of performance of the teachers. Okay, question number 5. Is there a significant relationship between the teacher's level of employee engagement and their individual job performance? So we have in their Table 5 relationship between the teacher's level of employee engagement in their IPCRF KRAs and their individual job performance. So Table 5 reveals that there is a significant and strong relationship between the teacher's level of employee engagement and their individual job performance. This also implies the teachers who display better engagement tend to manifest higher job performance. Moreover, the positive relationship between teachers' better employee engagement and higher performance rating has been affirmed by a number of educational researchers. In detailed analysis, teachers who are exposed to pedagogical content knowledge demonstrate higher competence, indicating positive relationship between instructional effectiveness and work engagement. Moreover, it also contains how classroom teachers prepare teacher-learner-focused environment to facilitate students' achievement. As affirmed by Cardenas and Serrada 2016, Defe and Davalos 2017, Brioso 2017, Gonzalez 2018, and Lozero 2018. So answering the question, is there a significant relationship between the teacher's level of employee engagement and their individual job performance? There is a strong and significant relationship, as indicated by the data. So below, are shown in screen, are the conclusions which have been based on the findings of the study. First, the teacher's level of employee engagement was high as perceived by the school heads, and very high as assessed by the teachers in terms of key areas such as content knowledge and pedagogy, learning environment and diversity of learners, curriculum and planning, assessment and reporting, and plus factors. Second, the teacher's job performance ratings based on the Results-Based Performance Management System, or RPMS, was at a very satisfactory level. Third, there is no significant difference between the teacher's level of employee engagement when they are grouped according to teaching experience. But significant difference exists when they are grouped according to educational attainment, level of seminar attended, and teaching position held. So those were affirmed by a number of literature as presented in the previous slides. Number 4, there is no significant difference between the teacher's individual job performance based on RPMS when they are grouped according to teaching experience. However, significant difference exists when they are grouped according to highest educational attainment, level of seminars attended, and teaching position held. And number 5, there is a strong and significant relationship between the teacher's level of engagement and their individual job performance. For the recommendations, teachers should continually demonstrate high level of employee engagement in different key result areas centered upon their roles as curriculum planners, classroom managers, learning facilitators, and assessors or evaluators, among others, yet should engage oneself more in professional learning activities to better develop their instructional skills and pedagogical competence to better respond to the needs and demands of the 21st century classroom learning environment. Second recommendation, public elementary school heads or public school heads work together to design collaborative learning action cell or the LAC sessions that will focus on strands that have low results in enhancing teaching engagements on areas such as the use of teaching strategies and developing critical, creative, and higher order thinking skills. Utilization of different instruction to accommodate learners' diversity and individual differences, selection of learning resources including ICT integration in achieving learning goals, and organization of different assessment strategies and evaluation techniques to meet curriculum requirements. Third recommendation, as educational attainment equates to professional competency, teachers are hereby suggested to engage themselves in graduate studies, as professional career advancement facilitate enhancement of teachers' theoretical and technical knowledge, especially pertaining to their duties and responsibilities. As teaching positions also matter in the level of employee engagement, beginning teachers in their novice years of teaching should be given more professional development opportunities in the same manner that there should be mentoring and coaching to be held with more competent and experienced peers, like that of proficient and highly proficient colleagues through the organization of professional learning communities or PLCs to better meet their professional development needs. Fifth, as seminars attended is a significant predictor of employee engagement, teachers are encouraged to participate in seminar workshops and training activities. So in the time of the new normal, we have no webinars. In order to sustain professional development and update themselves in the innovative trends, both in the fields of the 21st century school leadership and educational management, as well as K-12 teaching and learning techniques, among others. And for the future researchers, similar studies may be conducted to a wider scope using different samples or population to promote the generalizability of the results. It is also advised to use qualitative data collection and include more variables. In addition, the researchers recommend for triangulation of assessors and evaluators for more comprehensive outputs. And here are now the references of the work used in this research work, from published books to journals and periodicals to web pages to Lego documents.
Okay, and that was the paper presented by Ms. Sheena May Komighud, who unfortunately couldn't join us today due to connectivity issues in her area. And so if there are any questions for her that are in the YouTube comment section, these will be emailed to her. Okay, now moving on, we have our fourth panel discussion for this conference focused on upskilling, continuing education, and online credentials. And to moderate, we have no one less than Ms. Loida Flojo, the Director of Enderun Extension.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all our fellow educators and participants from all over the Philippines. I am Loida Flojo, and I'll be the moderator for this afternoon session. I am part of Enderun Extension, the continuing education arm of Enderun Colleges. The Extension School is certainly an enabler for students to continue learning within the environments they're in, whether they want to go for the full-blown certificate program or they just want to focus on certain key skills to hone and develop for a short period of time. Now, we only hope that all these learning experiences would lead them to bigger opportunities and, most importantly, a wider range of skills that they can use or apply wherever they might thrive. So today, allow me to give you a short rationale of the topic to be tackled in this afternoon's panel. So first, almost all of our speakers had something common in all their keynotes, and that is, in a nutshell, to prepare for the fourth industrial revolution. And it's very evident that it's catching up really fast. From the first to the second industrial revolution, it took 100 years to completely shift and adapt to the next technology phenomenon. And from the second to the third, it's another 100 years. But Industry 4.0 is currently being felt, yet the magnitude is still unknown. And that's a little daunting. Yes, it's scary. But what we can do is, to keep up with the ever-growing and ever-evolving nature of the digital technologies of today. And we have to make sure that we're equipped with the tools to use these technologies to our advantage. And hopefully they will enable us to push ourselves to upskill rather than disrupt us or discourage us to adapt or, to adjust. I believe that our speakers also gave us some very concrete data on what specific skills we will really need to develop and to keep up, right? Maybe in the space of business, technology, and design. Second, I would like to talk about the most recent World Economic Forum Davos topic entitled Social Mobility, Reskilling the Next Billion. It was tackled there and discussed that, employees are change agents in any corporation, and the shareholders will need to provide them with access to information, access to technology, and most importantly, access to skills to leverage on change and what they have to do. And one of the key takeaways that really struck me the most, and is very true for most of us, is that although we're scared of the future, we're scared of the unknown, we all want to evolve. And if companies can help accelerate this level of growth, then the business would definitely become really sustainable in an economic scale, and the employees would be fulfilled. I mean, who wouldn't want bosses who are sincerely and genuinely concerned about one's personal success, right? But then obviously, the individual himself or herself should be willing to invest time, effort, and energy to upskill. Now, the issue is, are the courses accessible? Are the courses inclusive? And are they affordable? Do we have courses that do not simply teach, but provide a practical learning experience? Third, at this time, we definitely need the right number of people with the skills needed in the workforce. But the issue is, and that's something that we're facing right now, we might also have the same amount of people who have stopped learning or who did not get to reskill or upskill any longer. In fact, according to a research by the IBM, nearly 120 American workers are being retrained at this point and in the next 3 years because they have to keep their jobs and they have to continue earning a living. And I'm sure it holds true in many countries as well. Now, I am so glad that we're covering this important topic, and as well as the learning modalities and the pedagogies from senior high school to higher education and now to continuing education, because a strong foundation, longevity, and that sense of consistency are keys as well for students to be prepared for the future. My fellow panelists from the continuing education space will also help me expound on these topics by providing concrete examples of initiatives that they've already rolled out, and will tackle definitely what kinds of enablers are needed to affect this mindset of lifelong learning and continuing education. Our first speaker is Mr. Gerson Abesamis, CEO, co-founder of Habi Labs. He's a teacher and designer and a co-enabler. Gerson holds a BA in film from the University of the Philippines, and he also had his master's degree in innovation, technology, and education from Harvard. Through Habi, he has facilitated design workshops to over 8,000 educators and has worked on projects for a wide range of partners like UNESCO, Simeo Inotech, the Department of Education in the Philippines. And Habi's core really lies on, school innovation, learning communities, and teacher development. I've been reading many of Gerson's projects, and I'm amazed by the training strategies his team employs in empowering teaching groups and communities. So let us all welcome Mr. Gerson Abesamis.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation also, and I'm glad to be here to talk to you about a bit of our work. I won't delve into the details of our work. I'd rather have space also later to have discussions. But just to introduce to you what we do, we are, like I said, I'm Gerson. I am a teacher and a designer. That's how I usually introduce myself. And the work that we do at Habi is usually the merge of the intersection of both. We call ourselves learning experience designers because we design learning experiences for different types of organizations, for different types of needs, for different types of learners. We've been focused for the past few years on teacher development and adult education, but we've also been doing support, particularly now in the shift to online learning and distance learning because of the pandemic. We've also been doing some school innovation work where we're trying to help them redesign their curriculum. We're trying to help schools rethink how they're going to adjust and design their technology strategies around sound teaching and learning practices. Kami sa Habi, we champion what we call human-centered design. Some of you might be familiar with it, and it's our goal in any type of project that we do. Sometimes an organization approaches us to co-design, let's say, a training program, or a university, the Department of Education, another agency wants us to collaborate with them on some learning experiences. We try to go around, try to approach it through this lens. We want to achieve what we call a creative, informed, socially just, and healthy society. So whether it's training on technology, whether it's training on research, training on providing adults how to become better learners, this is the end goal that we try to achieve. The past few months, because of the pandemic, we've gotten a lot of collaborations, different sizes, different organizations, different types of sectors around what we call teacher development and adult education or continuing education programs. So based on some of our work, I just like to share a couple of high-level principles, that what we call design principles, to perhaps inspire some of our participants now in this talk. If you are to design professional development programs, if you are to design continuing education programs, here are some 5 overall tips. If you can go to the next slide, please. Yeah, and so these are our what we call principles of well-designed professional development programs. First, it should be inclusive and considerate. So sa Filipino, it's kaya. So dapat maramdaman ng participants, okay, this is something that they can do. Second, it has to have that element of active learning. It has to spark the, that idea that they are to participate. It's not a passive type of learning. So in Filipino, we call it masigla. Dapat yung training, it has to have some element of energetic activities, and it's not something that you just sit and watch. Third, sagana, it has to have ideas and has to have new ideas that that are that sort of push the boundaries or present something new to the participants. To teachers, this might look like learning about the new technologies that they might not know of. To some adult learners, this might look like new skills that they're not really aware of, and this novelty actually creates that, sparks that curiosity for them. So this is really important when you develop professional development programs. Fourth, the term mahalaga. So dapat it has to be relevant, has to be purposeful, it has to align with the motivations of who your target audiences are. So that's why it's really important to have needs analysis. That's why it's important to really look at what their top priorities are at this point, and then find ways and find programs that respond to those needs. And finally, this is one of my favorite principles, and it's also something that tends to be forgotten by a lot of professional development and continuing education providers, is the idea that it has to respond to something on the affective level or on the emotional level. We call it malalim. Dapat meron siyang hugot or malalim yung hugot niya. Most professional development programs tend to focus on just simply cognitive skills and simply, feeding them a lot of content and new content. But if you don't have this, you really don't get that endurance and don't get that, that inspiring feeling that many powerful learning experiences have. So these might sound very, I guess, self-explanatory, even common sense for everyone, but you might be shocked at the amount of continuing education programs now that might not have all 5. So this is, I guess, a good opportunity for us, if you're from higher education and you're doing training for your faculty and staff, or if you are doing continuing education programs or adult education programs. These are some design principles that you can use. Quick check so that you know that you are, creating meaningful and substantial programs. And yeah, if you have any questions later, I'd love to talk more about some specific examples of how some of these principles might look like in practice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gerson, Executive Director of Habi Lab. And I'd also like to recognize the CEO, Mr. Clifton Esteban. So proud of Clifton. He's one of my former students in Xavier, so fangirling here. Okay, thank you so much. So we'll get back to you with more questions, Gerson. Okay, so joining us also today is Dr. Christopher Cruz, Director of the Intellectual Property Office of the DLSU Innovation and Technology Office of the De La Salle University, Manila. His specialization lies in research, training, intellectual property, philosophy, and law. He finished his doctorate degree focused in philosophy from the De La Salle University, Manila, and also serves as its legal counsel. I'm looking forward to hear more about the Between project designed specifically for employees. And of course, the many research programs that LaSalle has rolled out and they're known for. And of course, the incentive program that they have for the faculty. So thank you for taking time to be with us, Attorney Christopher Cruz.
Yeah, thank you, Loida. No? So this is very timely, no? Because we are in the pandemic and we need to retool and we need to be ready because there are a lot of opportunities, no, coming our way. So I'm coming from the perspective of the academe and at the same time coming also from the perspective of a professional, no. So as we all know, no, upskilling, reskilling, continuing education, no, is very important. I always give this analogy, no, when we talk about these things. It's just like art, no, or playing a sport. In order to be good at it, no, you cannot just stop learning, diba? So if you want to be a good basketball player, no, you need to always train every day, no, and not stop learning, no, about the sport. If you are an artist, a dancer, no, or a researcher, it is the same thing. My philosophy in life is really that you never stop learning. No, you only stop learning when you're already 6 feet under the ground, as they say. No, and if you have that sense of awe and wonder, no, that there are other opportunities, other ways, no, of knowing the world, then I think you will always want to learn. Insofar as continuing education, no, in LaSalle, I think that is one of our core competencies, no, because we have a lot of continuing education programs, no, not only for our own faculty, but also we serve others. No, we also serve other institutions in that respect. So we have continuing education offices for each college, no, that would cater to the specific needs of, let's say, industry, no, or even government offices. In the same manner, when we talk about the profession, the legal profession or medical profession, we have also our continuing educational program. No, so for example, if you're a lawyer, no, you need to have MCLE credits or the mandatory continuing legal education program every 3 years. So there are a lot of benefits, no, for continuing education, but my point here is what is important is our mindset, no. Our mindset is that we are open and that we want to learn more, no, because that is the proper mindset to have. Otherwise, all the new learnings, no, will not be properly utilized. Probably in the question and answer later, no, I can discuss the different programs we have in LaSalle, but let me mention at least one or two. So for example, as mentioned by Lloyd a while ago, we have the Between project. No, the Between project, as you all know, LaSalle has is known for the Lasallian Star, no, and that is what guides us. So we coined a new project, which is Between, and that is where we are trying to synergize, no, in a new platform, all our processes. And so the old ways, no, has to be transformed into this new platform, and there is a lot of upskilling involved. And let me just say, no, that one of our mottos in this Between project is no one left behind. No, meaning we will try to train, no, everyone so that they will be up to speed in our new programs. And if they are not comfortable with that, then we can probably look for a suitable position for them within the organization, so that they can still contribute well, no, to the system. So in other words, there is a need for this all employees, no, to be open-minded. It also requires a lot of humility, no, for us to realize, no, that we need to update ourselves, retool, so that we can contribute, no, into this new platform, which is more, what we say, digitized. It is more streamlined, which is not the usual practice before. So I think with that, I can answer some questions during the Q&A, but that can be, these are the things that I want to say in the meantime. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cruz. It is very true that, you know, employees would need to retool at this point to continue contributing to the company, and it's really a collaboration between the employers, you know, the shareholders and the stakeholders, right, in the company. So thank you. This is just to validate that. Okay, so we now move on to our next speaker. Joining us also today is Mr. Dan De Guzman, CEO, co-founder of CloudSwift. CloudSwift offers a technology learning platform catering to enterprises and higher education sectors, and mostly or primarily in the APAC geographies. And through its learning labs, learners can develop future-ready skills, including data science, artificial intelligence, machine learning, front-end development, and whatnot. And Dan's team has been alliance partners with Enderon, and I'm very glad that he's here with us today. So Dan, go ahead.
Hi, Loida. Thank you for the very generous introduction, and I'm very glad and fortunate to be invited in this panel with some esteemed speakers as well. So let me just put it up. Right, hold on 1 second. Okay, so so we all know that the future-ready skills in ASEAN is into its fourth industrial revolution, and according to the founder and executive chairman of the World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab,
the fourth industrial revolution will affect the very essence of our human experience. And with this opportunity, we know that as innovation drives within the culture of what we have in the world right now, we are making more progress now per year than in the last 25 years. And every one of you for sure who are fans of Star Wars and all of the tech savvy and geeks out there, the Star Wars is basically the epitome of the modern era in terms of the sci-fi and the innovative stories across. So as you can see in the ASEAN top 10 high demand jobs in 2020 on what to look forward to. So evidently, number one, data scientists is at the top of the list. Number two would be customer success specialists, full stack engineers, data engineers, AI engineers. So the way we built a solution in CloudSwift is that we geared towards the solution in providing this kinds of platform that allows them to actually take and upskill and reskill themselves based on these future ready technology skills. So thinking about data science, AI, big data, data analysis, and not just actually providing them a platform, but also the content that are coming from different technology principles and partners across, like Microsoft UiPath for robotics process automation, Tableau, and furthermore, like cloud technologies out there such as Amazon Web Services, Google Cloud Platform, and such. And we work with different organizations in the higher education sector, as well as the corporate and the governments. And the way we see it in focus in the CN is everybody knows that 47% of today's jobs will be redefined in 20 years. And that's an opportunity right there for education technology companies and upskilling platform companies out there. And just like what Jerison pointed out earlier, and attorney pointed out earlier as well, wherein nowadays everyone is very concerned and very interested about how they can redesign their learning experiences, and at the same time also how they can celebrate completions and achievements of these programs and upskilling courses that they're taking through online digital credentials and such. So combining platform content, and then since we're talking about technical skills, hands-on labs as well as digital credentials, that end-to-end learning solution is what drives CloudSwift's business. So evidently in the region, predominantly all of these future-ready technology skills are rising in the region, and hence the need for the education sector as well as the corporate sector and the government have been investing a lot of effort and funding in terms of upskilling the next generation of workforce. And just to share with you, right, I mean, with the current pandemic situation nowadays, that everyone is working from home, and everyone is actually studying and learning from home and working from home. All of these opportunities that will allow them to actually be productive at home would be digital skills based jobs. And that's when and where and how upskilling and reskilling for the education and the corporate learning sector is much more even needed than ever before. So as we go ahead to the next slide here. All right, so empowering Philippines and ASEAN, as I've mentioned, COVID-19 pandemic plays a vital part in terms of enabling and empowering all of these sectors by providing solutions such as that. And just to skim through all of these job task analysis as well. Can we go next, please? All right, thank you. So as you can see here, for the job task analysis as we go along, you would be able to see the relevance of how are the future ready job tasks or the skills that are being redefined. And given that all of these are being driven by different course content, program, hands-on labs, digital certifications, digital credentials. So building up and providing that end-to-end flow of allowing the students and learners to take content from the platform that they can actually access anytime, anywhere. And most of the universities nowadays are embracing all of these digital transformation by having their own digital learning platforms and tech academy programs to upskill their students. So all of these are basically driven by the need and being empowered by solutions that are being built by companies such as CloudSwift or the services that are being rendered by Habi Solutions and all of the projects and programs that are being driven by large universities such as De La Salle University, and even with Andhran Colleges and Andhran Extension. We are working with Andhran Extension as well in building their tech academy and upskilling and reskilling and joining hands with us in that mission. And looking forward to some questions from everybody in this panel later on for us to be able to tackle more about how we can help together in driving all these programs in upskilling and reskilling the sector. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dan. So one of the most important key takeaways that I saw on the slides is that, the rising skills are definitely impacting us on a global scale, right? If you can see the number of countries where those positions are needed, it's massive, right? And of course, you need platform, you need content, and you need technical skills, right? To make sure that the students are future ready. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Loida.
All right, so lastly, it's a pleasure to have Ryan Saw with us. Ryan Saw is the founder and CEO of Edified, founder and chief strategy officer of Marified. Edified is a blockchain-based credential storage and verification system that allows academic institutions and training providers to issue e-certificates with ease. Now, he also had his talk this morning, and we're very curious about certain disruptors like blockchain technology. And I'm sure in this panel, he'll talk about it some more. So Ryan, please go ahead.
Thank you, Loida. Thanks for the opportunity to be able to share what exactly blockchain is all about. So, of course, the topic today is really about upskill, continuing education, and online credentialing. So basically, Edified will be considered as a last mile validation process, so to speak. And from here, what we do is that we issue a tamper-proof document and issuing a verification system. So basically, we are a SaaS model for issuing authority for all schools or training providers to issue tamper-proof verifiable documents to recipients. In this case, probably will be like the graduates or any other learner, allowing them to store and share them securely from their digital wallet. For the requester, could be the HR, anyone who actually want to validate this document easily with a scan of QR code and via electronic file using blockchain technology. So one of the key things, 4 ways or that could be impact or transform the higher education we are very looking at will be improving record keeping, improving in terms of the efficiency of existing business process, creating a new market of digital assets. I think that's what Dan have mentioned in terms of through the credentialing process itself, how does individual take ownership of those or level of subjects, all right, in terms of the various modules that they have taken, and eventually creating a new market around it, and how do you utilize it? Because currently now the key thing is really about the data is the next new big data is actually the new oil aspects of things, all right? So how do you actually control that and be able to utilize this information to create a new market itself, and eventually creating a disruptive business model on it. So from here, what we're looking at is really through blockchain integration and improving productivity, how you actually look into the records aspects of things, the certification, the massive online, because of course you talk about the pandemic. We are really looking at how they have changed the landscape from the face-to-face. Now everything, most of the things are moving on online. In fact, I'm speaking to you from Singapore, and it's actually make the world smaller. So how these individuals are able to pace themselves, whether is it going to be the tech aspects of things or other academic skills, taking ownership. All right, well, that what the previous speaker has mentioned, and that's exactly what we want to do, to be able to have self-pace, self-achievement, and eventually looking into individual aspects of how they want to progress in the career aspects. All right. So that's typically what we are looking at. From a career advancement perspective wise, it's not just looking at online credentialing for the academic, because we are talking about a whole huge life cycle from basic education, tertiaries, all right, and of course, technical professional training, work experience, skills, passion as well. Okay, so these are the few things which is important. So why do all this information is required to be placed on blockchain? All right, so that's one of the key things we are looking at, and eventually, this is like what Dan have actually mentioned. All right, the question is really about, are we ready for Industry 5.0? No, I mean, most of us are actually blindsided. Industry 4.0 just came, and we're probably not really equipped with the necessary skill set, whether it's AI, machine learning. All right, but the key thing is that how can we, based on current acquiring of new information, place it on blockchain, have a personal control of this information, and then eventually use all this information into a skill gap analysis, so that individually we can be ready for Industry 5.0. I think that's a key thing, where as we close off all the gap in terms of making sure that every step of the credential that individual obtain is being put on blockchain, so that the individual is able to control and eventually look into, oh, this is a skill that I'm lacking if I need to go into career progression. And then I can go into whether it's a tech-based basically, or soft skill type arrangement, and that equip themselves with the relevant skills for Industry 5.0. So I think I will leave the rest with the Q&A that we might have, and then that's about it. So with that, okay, that's edified for you.
Thank you so much, Ryan. So now we move on to the next portion of our panel, which is the Q&A. All right. So maybe I'll throw this question to Ryan first, no? So your keynote talked about a disruptor at this day and age, blockchain technology. What it can do is beyond what we're used to, particularly your product. So processes in schools will be faster, credentials and student data will be safe in the cloud. In one snap, I can, pull up my learning records and verified metadata, and everybody can see them, right? However, do you think that this very technology will also disrupt the workforce within school systems and, will potentially replace staff who are assigned to keep track of these data and manage them? Or will it create new roles in schools that employees will be able to assume and embrace?
Yeah, I think just like any technology aspects of things, when a lot of people actually will be worried about whether their job role will be disrupted, the fact is that job role will be disrupted. But the key thing is that's where the upscaling requirement is required, so that you upgrade yourself to be able to take in a new role, so that you are not obsolete. So the key thing is really about, are we ready for, like I mentioned, Industry 5.0? And so that all these processes, while it may be disrupted, that allows the individual to upskill themselves, reskill, so that they can move into a more productive role in the whole process chain.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ryan. Okay, now we move on to Gerson. You've trained big and small communities, Gerson, around the country, and COVID-19 took the world by complete surprise. Companies, of course, needed to survive, and they had to ensure, the cash flow was protected within those months where we started quarantine. And obviously there's financial constraint, which is totally understandable. But how do you think training groups like HABI can withstand a problem or disruptor like this and still be able to continue on with the mission of promoting lifelong learning? I'm struck by one of your key pillars, which is Kaya, right? It has to be inclusive, it has to be considerate. So I'd like to hear more about your thoughts.
Yeah. Well, for us, I guess it's really different per sector. For Habi, what allowed us to still serve the communities that we serve and still, share the resources and the skills that we have is the ability to pivot to different modalities. Originally, before the pandemic, there were webinars aren't really new, right? They've been around for quite a while now, but because of the pandemic, the learners, the ecosystem, and the readiness of the users are also shifting, right? This is the only way that many of us can not only upskill, but this is also a good sense of, community building. Some of us are missing socialization events, and some of us are missing seeing different faces who we might be, other than the people that we're stuck with at home. And so I think it's really looking at what are the different, for training providers, looking at the different modalities. It's not just through technologies, but it's also looking at who your target learners are and what are they currently learning, and maybe that also reveals some different opportunities for you to grab, aside from the typical face-to-face trainings or the typical the typical modalities that we've been doing. So I think that's one, is really exploring which media, which platforms, what formats are your communities really engaged in right now, and then grab that, go to where they are. I think that's one factor. I think has helped us. Another one is also being very contextually relevant, or responding to what they need right now. So it's really looking at understanding what is currently happening in the ground. So this is, I guess, a case would be if, let's say, for us, we're serving a lot of teachers, so we do a lot of teacher training programs, and if we're not aware of the overall academic calendar, and if you're not aware of what the teachers are doing right now, and then we offer topics or we offer programs that does not necessarily respond to their top of mind priorities, then it's not gonna fly, or it's not gonna gain traction on the communities that you want to serve. So it's also looking at what's really important for them, right? I think that's an essential question that needs to be asked. And if you are there as a training provider or as an educational institution, it's really having those channels more transparent, or having those channels with the target learners, and making sure that it's a dialogue rather than just us feeding information to them in a one-way manner. Yeah.
Thanks, Gerson. I agree with that. This pandemic really gave birth to, a lot of training programs, a lot of webinars out there. It's just a matter of knowing what the relevant topics are according to, the community that you want to target. And it's very important to obviously know their needs, right? So it's not just about putting out any topic out there that the people might avail or listen to. Thank you so much. Dr. Cruz, I'm sure before the pandemic, you've had a lot of innovative projects lined up. And obviously when COVID-19 took over, we had to all pivot. And I won't forget that day when we all were told that, we're gonna be on lockdown. So I'm curious about how LaSalle actually took that step, that quick step to pivot on that day or in that week or whatnot.
Yeah, thanks, Loida. No, it's quite fortunate that LaSalle already had a good infrastructure. I think we are 2 or 3 years ahead, no? Because even before this pandemic came, we already have teacher training for online teaching, no? So I think that's one of the things that LaSalle really invested in, no? That infrastructure. So when the pandemic came, of course, there was a big change that happened, but we were already sort of used to having an online environment. So so what happened there was, instead of having blended learning, we decided, and which is in accordance with the government regulation, no, to have a fully online approach. And this third term, we are now on our third term, we have a fully online sessions, and we are about to finish. Now we are already in our 13th week, and we have 14 weeks. So I must say, that there was some upskilling required. So we were given a month to train fast using our platform, using the certification processes. No, in fact, we were told that we cannot teach online unless we have these badges. No, we have these badges in the. So all of us were scrambling. No, we were given, I think, a month to do all of this. But right now, no, I think that it's turning out to be okay. Of course, as mentioned by Gerson a while ago, iba pa rin yung face-to-face, no? But I think we have to adapt, and we have to take what is given to us. And right now, we're just looking at the positive side of things, no, that we are now able to do more, like the webinars, like the conferences and meetings. No, in fact, no, I'm not complaining, no, but I think that there are more meetings now, di ba? Parang
Oh
puro Zoom.
my, tell me about it.
Yeah, puro Zoom meetings. Dati you can say, sandali, I have a meeting in Makati, so I can't go back to the office anymore. Ngayon, hindi na pwede, no? Meaning, so yeah, there are pros and cons, but I think this is the way ahead, no? And so we have to adapt. And that's how I think LaSalle was able to adapt, by preparing for it a few years before, and so that when it happened, we were not totally shocked, and we were able to deliver.
Yeah. So that's very important, that head start, right? A few years back, you anticipated that, this would eventually happen. Unfortunately, it came in a form of a pandemic, but we're here, and we're here to make sure that we move forward and that the roadmap is there, even after this hybrid online learning program gets rolled out and we go back to the normal, or I guess the new normal, then the schools would definitely have a plan on how to obviously integrate that learning platform or methodology into the face-to-face instruction once more. Right. Okay. So Dan, I have a question for you. I'm very curious about your initiatives with the other countries, like Indonesia. They're supported by its government. And how does it work? What is the impact of government-funded endeavors like this? Do more people avail of more credentialing courses in Indonesia because they're mandated? How is it working out here in the Philippines? Do we have similar models?
That's a very good question, Loida. Thanks for bringing that up, and thanks for letting me share about our journey with the Indonesian market, particularly with the Indonesian government upskilling program that we have at the moment. It's a program called Kartu Prakerja. So it's a public program. So it's a massive scale, program. Like everybody knows that Indonesia is the largest ASEAN economy. And it has like over 100 million people. And with this Kartu Prakerja project is targeted for 5.6 million beneficiaries of Indonesians. And CloudSwift is actually one of the key content providers, wherein we provide digital upskilling programs and the platform itself as well, working with the local marketplaces. So what Indonesia has done is that the government has allocated like in Singapore dollars, it's like 500 Singapore dollars per citizen. And Ryan saw here on this panel would agree with me that Singapore is actually the very first country that in ASEAN that has ever done that, which is a program called Skills Future. So the Skills Future program is actually, it's a fantastic program that Singapore has done, and technically the Indonesian government somehow replicated that with their government. And the 500 Singapore dollars across these 5.6 million learners is an opportunity for them to utilize 500 Singapore dollars for them to upskill themselves for anything under the sun. So from like, starting a small business to like baking cakes to, all the way up to technology skills. And with us as CloudSwift, be given an opportunity to become one of the providers. Basically, all of those since this is funded by the government, they are also somehow mandated to consume that for an entire year. And at the same time, if they have given the proof of credential, just like what Ryan said with, with online credentialing and digital badging and all these stuff, once they have provided that proof, then the government will actually compensate them. So that's the beauty of the program, right? So if you're a learner and it's the pandemic situation, you got laid off from your job, it's like you are being compensated and you're given a salary because you've learned something, right? Which is a fantastic program, right? And I believe it's the same thing that they're doing in Hong Kong. And like I said, in ASEAN, Singapore is one of the prominent, initial instigators of that kind of program. And in fact, we're also actually one of the providers in SkillsFuture in Singapore. So along with like Udemy and other local training providers in the country. And it's the same thing that they're doing in Singapore, if I may share. It's also 500 Singapore dollars per citizen, and maybe Ryan can correct me if I'm mentioning some wrong numbers here. But I think 500 Singapore dollars for Singaporean citizens. Some Singaporean citizens, if it's like senior citizen, I think there's an additional one that they add on top of it every year. So it's a fantastic program. And with your question, Lloyd, in terms of if we do have something like this in the Philippines, all I can say is that very soon.
Hey, that's good. We would love to experience that end-to-end solution wherein you get trained and you get hired, right? That's the best experience.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess we're running out of time, right? And I just have this one last question, and anybody can answer. What is your advice to career shifters or employees who are kind of scared or afraid to jump into actual training? Maybe as simple as taking up a short course or continuing their MA. What piece of advice can you give as your parting message for everyone? Anybody?
Well,
I can go ahead. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Ryan.
All right. Well, I guess in the fast-moving and paced environment, you have to take the first step out to really embrace changes. And such changes could be towards learning something of your passion, or could be something that you're learning through a skill that you always wanted. Because you never know, in terms of the next change that you're going into, could be in that direction. And ultimately, when you do something of your passion, or you do something where you think that is severely lacking in your own skill set or knowledge, you are upscaling yourself, preparing yourself for the next change. And with the pandemic that's happening, the world is getting smaller. You could potentially get a job in Singapore. You could get it from US, Dubai, anywhere. But the question is, are you ready for the change? Step out of your comfort zone, stretch yourself, and be ready for the next wave. That's it.
Thank you.
Well,
Dr. Cruz, would you like to say anything, or Dan?
Yeah. All I can say is that, sorry, Attorney Chris, just a quick one. All I can say is that nowadays, just like what Ryan mentioned, the world is getting smaller and smaller. Everyone is just doing everything online. And for me, there are no non-tech and tech people anymore. Everyone should learn technology skills. Everyone should and can learn digital and technology skills. Like Andhran Colleges as a partner, who would have thought that Andhran Colleges is now also a tech academy, right? It's amazing. It's a great story, right? And nowadays, even if you are taking up if you're coming from business background or financial accounting background or manufacturing background or healthcare background, technology skills doesn't pick any field anymore, any degree anymore. Everybody needs to upskill in terms of digital skill sets, because nowadays all of the tools that we are all using, our software are in the cloud, are all digitized, and everybody's experiencing digital transformation. Even our kids, even the younger generations nowadays are on their tablets and utilizing different LMS tools and different K-12 educational technology toolkits. So I think it's a double-edged sword in a good way. The pandemic that we are experiencing is really challenging, but it has also helped us to accelerate the advancement and the enhancement that we can do, that we thought that we couldn't do. But now it makes us realize that digital transformation that's supposed to happen 5 years ago. I mean, 5 to 10 years from now has happened for the past 6 months. So I think that's the bright light at the end of the tunnel. Embracing the digital landscape and just continuously upskilling and reskilling, no matter what degree or what field you are.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
I'll
Dan.
I'll probably end by giving an analogy. It's like an airplane in flight or a ship that's on its cruise. If it stops, it will stall, and you will not have. There's a big possibility for you not to reach your destination. But if you continue learning, if you continue in your course, then there will be that force moving you forward, and there will be more opportunities along the road. So I see a lot of benefits in upskilling, in continuing education, because it opens a lot of opportunities, increases your chance of going to another field. So I think that it all boils down to having that correct mindset, because if you stop learning, then I think that's my slide, my last slide in the presentation was, if you stop learning, then you grow old, whether you're 20 or 80, according to Henry Ford, you're already old. So it's not really in where you are, but in the mindset, whether you're in the academe, you're in industry, you're a professional. If you have that mindset that I still want to learn, and I want to continue, in this career development, personal development, then more opportunities will be open to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Gerson?
I think for me, just to add to that, just remember that self-awareness goes a really long way for any learner. Like knowing what your motivations are, knowing how you learn, getting to know yourself. What are the things that you usually enjoy? What is your passion? What is your mindset? What motivates you? At the end of the day, I think it all also boils down to that. So this pandemic might present itself to be an opportunity for you to change, an opportunity for you to shift careers or to shift sectors or industries, or even upscale yourself. But just make sure that you know yourself, and stick with it.
Thank you very much, Gerson. And it's good to end with these inspiring words, right? But it's also a push to all of us, right? That we should continue challenging ourselves and, rediscovering ourselves in terms of our skills. And that cannot happen if we don't have the right motivation. And of course, the passion should really be there. So with that, thank you very much, Dr. Cruz, Gerson. I'd like to thank Dan and Ryan for taking the time out to, participate in this panel. It was very enriching, and I also learned a lot. So I hope to collaborate with all of you very soon. Thank you. Back to you, Weena.
Cherry here.
Cherry,
Right.
sorry, Cherry.
No worries, Loida. So thank you again to all our panelists. It was a very engaging and a very informative talk. And to segue into our next portion, we have Ms. Anna-May Christine Lozanta, our Call for Papers winner, with her paper, Information Literacy Program for Lifelong Learning in Higher Education. Without further ado.
A pleasant good afternoon to everyone. I am Dr. Anna-May Christine H. Lasanta, and I'm here to present my research paper. My research paper is entitled Information Literacy Program for Lifelong Learning in Higher Education. So let me give you a background about information literacy. My paper started with students who have difficulty in terms of filtering information or gathering information and retrieving information. And I know as an educator as well, you as teachers, you also encounter this when your students are also giving you assignments or researches that you know that somehow that they copy and paste some of those statements. And in here, I will showcase some of the importance of information literacy. So information literacy is a set of abilities requiring individuals to recognize when information is needed and the ability to locate, evaluate, and use effectively the needed information. This is according to Association of College and Research Libraries 2000. According to UNESCO 2011, it defines that information literacy is a basic human right in the digital age or world, a set of individual competencies needed to identify, evaluate, and use information in most ethical, efficient, and effective way across all domains, occupations, and professions. Enables people to make good use of information and communication technology. The American Library Association, for the Presidential Committee on Information Literacy Final Report, published 1989, states that information literate individual is someone who has the ability to recognize an information need and can locate information or evaluate and use information effectively. The emphasis is on preparing people for lifelong learning. So what is the relationship of information literacy and lifelong learning? Information literacy lies at the core of lifelong learning. It empowers people in all walks of life to seek, evaluate, use, and create information effectively to achieve their personal, social, occupational, and educational goals. This is from Garner 2005. Information literacy is often described as a key part of lifelong independent learning and a set of skills, attributes, and behavior that underpin student learning in the digital age. It has been linked to graduate employability, and increasingly, universities are developing strategies to ensure that students acquire and develop these competencies during their undergraduate studies. The Association of the College and Research Libraries 2000 also states that information literacy forms the basis for lifelong learning. It is common to all disciplines, to all learning environments, and to all levels of education. The significance of the study. The result of the study will enlighten the school administrators of the importance of the various information resources to the students, especially in improving their information literacy skills. This will guide the teachers in teaching their students to do their research work properly by utilizing the information resources. The output of this study is beneficial to the students throughout their lives because it will give them an opportunity to learn about a process in becoming information literate. That is, acquiring the skills required to intelligently and systematically find, interpret, select, evaluate, organize, and use information for specific purposes. The statement of purpose of the study is determine the information literacy skills of tertiary students and school administrators in terms of the following: task definition, information seeking strategies, location and access of information, use of information, synthesis and evaluation. Second, determine the managerial competencies of school administrators in terms of the following: planning, organizing, leading, controlling. Third, determine the relationship between the information literacy skills and managerial competencies of school administrators. Fourth, design, develop, and craft guidelines for the management and utilization of information literacy program. For the research methodologies, the research design applied is a descriptive developmental research design. For the respondents, the school administrators, such as the middle level managers, dean, department chair, department heads, and coordinators, and the college students from the 13 universities were the respondents of the study from NCR. For the research instruments, I applied the Big Six Skills of Michael Eisenberg and Robert Berkowitz 2011. This will measure the information literacy skills test for students and administrators. For task definition, information seeking strategies, location and access, use of information, synthesis, and evaluation. For the managerial competencies assessment, some indicators used were based from the International Society of Technology in Education, or ISTE, National Educational Technology Standards, NETS 2014. The researcher identified the indicators that suit the four functions of management, which are planning, organizing, leading, and controlling. For the data collection procedures, data gathering procedures are the following. First, school mapping, asking permission, distribution of the questionnaires, retrieval of data, and analysis of the data. The four stages in creating the information literacy program are the following: needs analysis, design stage, developmental stage, and implementation of the program. For the findings of the study, the information literacy skills of the students and the school administrators are manifested in the 6 areas, which are task definition, information seeking strategies, location and access of information, use of information, synthesis, evaluation. However, the information literacy of the tertiary students is above average, and the school administrator is superior in terms of all the 6 domains. And just to show you the result of the first question, you can see here for the task definition, both the students and the administrators are superior. But in terms of information seeking strategies, the students is above average and the administrator is superior. For the location and access of information, the students are above average and the administrator is superior, while the use of information, above average for the students and administrator is superior, and synthesis is above average for students and superior for administrators. And the evaluation information, the students are average only, while the administrators are superior. Second, the managerial competencies of the school administrators in terms of planning, organizing, leading, and controlling are all superior. Third, there is a low but significant correlation between managerial competencies in terms of planning, organizing, leading, and controlling with the 6 domains of information literacy of the school administrators. For the fourth result, the results of the survey in the information literacy skills of the tertiary students on the 6 areas are interpreted as above average, and they were considered as a basis in the design of the information literacy program in higher education. Fifth, the result of the survey of the managerial competencies of the school administrators are all interpreted as superior. These serve as the basis in crafting guidelines for the management and utilization of the information literacy program for school managers. This also signifies that the school administrators are all competent in the 4 functions of management. For the conclusions, the students in higher academic levels are information literate, technology savvy, and considered millennials, but they have less critical approach to information evaluation. The information literacy skills of the school administrators are well developed, and they are more critical in information, analysis, and evaluation. The school administrators in higher education are in good position to be leaders in developing the information literacy skills of their students. Since they have a well-developed information literacy skills, they can design, develop, and manage the program based on the students' needs. The 6 domains of information literacy skills of the students are useful and essential part in designing and developing an information literacy program. The program enhances the information literacy skills, engage students in learning and researching, encourage independent learning and social responsibility to the ethical use of information, and support them in their lifelong learning. For the recommendations, first, foster and sustain the information literacy program as integral part of the students' learning, and also for the faculty to see this as a vital part of the teaching of courses at the higher education level. Second, exercise strong school leadership and collaboration. And third, information literacy program must be embedded in the curriculum to improve the student engagement and skill development. And fourth, in developing the information literacy program for higher education, the students' weaknesses in the 6 domains must be considered, such as the following. A, having a clear understanding of the information needed. B, determining which among the sources provide the needed information. C, using periodical articles. D, presenting or applying the information gathered. And E, presenting or expressing their thoughts and views. F, examining and determining the possible criteria in evaluating the credibility of the websites. For the fifth, we have give priority to the modernization of the library in state universities, improve and provide technology infrastructure, especially connectivity, ensure adequate internet, wireless access, and technical support for all students, faculty, and staff. The proposed information literacy program is recommended for further validation. The tool can be subjected to the evaluation of vis-a-vis pre-test and post-test.
Okay, thank you so very much, Dr. Lozanta, for that presentation of your paper.
You're welcome,
That
Miss.
last slide, would you like to summarize or conclude?
Okay. It's just simple that my study would like just to invite everyone to foster also information literacy. I guess there is no harm in trying to educate our students, not to simply click or using information without even thinking or evaluating, since we know that our students are really more into using internet or computers. So I think the best thing to do is at least providing them programs like this that could help them realize that they have to filter information, that they should really discover which is a fake news, or every retrieved information should be from a credible source. So I guess there's no harm, I guess, in also as an individual, even a professional should be also information literate, because you could use this as being a simple employee or a plain housewife by being so keen with the information that you gathered just by reading on it. I guess if everybody would be like that, I think we will have a successful information literate society.
Okay, thank you so very much for your time. Unfortunately, we don't have time for Q&A, but we will be compiling those questions for you and sending them to you via email.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Zalazanta. And now it's time to move on to our breakout webinars for the day. I'd like to remind everybody that the links are in the description box and also on screen. Before we head into the breakout sessions, we would like to thank our event sponsors, Lenovo, Line LND, Canva, and the Knowledge Channel. We would also like to acknowledge our media partners, Spark Up Business Mirror, Pop, Inquirer, When in Manila, and Inc. To head into your breakout sessions, please check which session you pre-registered for and head to the respective Zoom links sent to your inbox. For those who haven't registered yet, you may still do so via the pre-register link that we sent earlier. Thank you, and we'll see you at 5:30 for the closing remarks and more details about claiming your e-certificates.
Hello. Good to see everyone. I'll be addressing the audience shortly.
Long. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back from your breakout rooms. We hope that you enjoyed those sessions. To those of you who weren't able to make it into the breakout rooms due to the full capacity, please don't worry. We'll be having more webinars and learning opportunities in the future. You will also still be eligible for your e-certificate. We will be flashing the link right after the closing remarks. Don't forget that it is required that you fulfill the evaluation form for both day 1 and day 2 in order to receive your e-certificate, and also to be included in the raffle. And without much further ado, allow me to introduce Mr. Daniel Perez, the Senior Vice President and co-founder of Enderun Colleges, to deliver the closing remarks.
Thank you, Cherry. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So good afternoon, educators, administrators, and students. I've always believed that how we educate our students determines how well our students apply themselves in the real world. And in that sense, it's educators who really have a meaningful impact in molding great men and women who will shape the world we live in. Doctors, lawyers, politicians, businessmen, before they were anything else, they were first our students. It is crucial that great minds come together in healthy discourse to identify ways to innovate our programs and develop our educators to deliver effectively, understanding the new requirements and tools of this modern world. We're so grateful that we were able to present to you with this learning opportunity, even with the adversity of the past few months. And we'd like to thank everyone who has made this possible. Of course, first and foremost, we would like to express our gratitude to you for joining us for both days of this National Conference on Higher Education 2020, Future Careers and Curriculum Development. And for this final day, I'd like to honor our panelists and speakers who's helped us achieve our goal of creating and learning sessions that effectively show the marriage of academia and industry. We began day 1 of the Industry Leaders in Technology Education Training with Microsoft with Anna Lim, the head of Skills Future Asia, illustrating exactly what jobs are in demand and how we can help students get to these fulfilling careers. We also looked in on motivation and how technical skills and soft skills tie together with great keynote from Alan Cormish. From there, we took a journey into how tech can integrate seamlessly into education with Ryan Saw from EduFeed, who showed us how blockchain can be effectively utilized in securing credibility of our credentials. From there, we moved on to the realities of equipping our teachers with these necessary skills and tools to be able to create curricula that's adaptable and actionable. The insights we gained from Matt Keener, Justin Ragas, Gino Loanion, and Doris Duval will help guide us as we train our faculty and staff moving forward. We were honored by the presence of attorney Christopher Cruz, Gerson Abesamis, Dan de Guzman, and Ryan Saw as they help guide us through the terrains of continuing education. We are also very grateful to our host and our research partners, Marco, Mandap, Sheena, Komiguhud, and Anna Marie Christine Lozanata. We're also extremely grateful for the help of our partners and sponsors, namely Lenovo, Line LND, Canva, and Knowledge Channel, who have been so generous with their resource for our educators. And finally, we would like to thank, of course, DepEd and SHED for their continuous support of the education's community's endeavors. With that, it is my honor to conclude this event with some parting words of encouragement as we move forward in this coming year. Albert Einstein said that adversity introduces a man to himself. And as we move forward, we are sure to carry with us more skills, discoveries, and insights that will help us as educators shape the future of this generation. Thank you very much, and good to see you all.
It's great to see you, Danny. Thank you so much for those closing remarks. It's the best way to end this two-day conference. All right, we'll be showing the links for the evaluation form on the screen now. Kindly fill them out so that you can claim your e-certificate and enter the raffle. If you're unable to catch the link that we'll be showing for 15 minutes, please don't worry. We'll be sending it also to your email addresses. On behalf of Enderon Extensions and all of our sponsors and all of our partners, thank you so very much for taking this journey with us. Have a pleasant weekend. Stay safe.